30 to 60% off. Plus, elevate your tabletop with hosting essentials from Gottinger, The Cellar, Thirsty Stone, and more, 50% off. Even better, take an extra 20% off with your coupon or Macy's card. Going on now at Macy's. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you into a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, and EHT. Online, keyacuraofatlanticcity.com. See dealer for details.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. How doers get more done. Valid September 26th to October 16th.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program?
Yeah. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Eagles moving the football. Hurts again in the gun. He's back. He's looking. He fires. Wide open. Smith.
What? As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Merrill Reese, Mike Quick on the call. Devontae Smith with the touchdown there. And there's a reason why I picked that particular play to open today's show, which was overshadowed. The win by the Eagles, overshadowed by just a complete lack of awareness by Nick Sirianni yesterday. I'm going to get into that as the Sports Bash is live at the Fanatics Sportsbook here at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Mike Gill, Josh Henning's producing today's show. My on-site producer is Pete G. Well, you know, I watched a lot of football yesterday, and the Eagles was a painful watch. In fact, there was times during the game that I think I was asking for them to send me another political commercial because I'd rather watch those. I wanted another political ad rather than to go back to the game at times yesterday.
'Tis the season.
Did you ever find yourself saying, you know what I really need is another political ad sent to me? I'd rather that yesterday than what I was watching at times. But that being said, the Philadelphia Eagles won the game yesterday, but here's the problem. The win was completely overshadowed by a couple of seconds after the game. And this is on top of the fact that the Dallas Cowboys, right after you were done, got run off the field in their own building in humiliating fashion yesterday. Yet, today, the only thing people are talking about is the way that your coach walked off the field yesterday. Now, listen, I'm not a big fire the coach guy. I'm not a big blame the coach guy. But if Nick Sirianni, and I don't know this to be true, no one really asked him, hey, Nick, what did you say to the fans? And he said, hey, I was just having a little bit of fun. But if Nick Sirianni, because there were reports yesterday that the crowd, PG, you were at the game yesterday, were you not?
I was.
Did you hear any fire Nick chants?
In the first quarter, yes, multiple times.
There were reports yesterday, and now that can be confirmed by our own Pete Giordano, who was at the stadium yesterday, that there were fire Nick chants. If Nick Sirianni turns around to the crowd and says, I don't hear any fire Nick chants now after the win, if I'm Nick Sirianni, if I'm Jeffrey Lurie, that might be too much for me. Listen, I'm not a big fire the coach guy. I'm not a big blame the coach guy. I think the coach has a role, and it's a bigger role in football than I think it is in baseball and or basketball. But if Nick Sirianni turned around yesterday and told the fans that I don't hear you saying fire Nick now, if I'm Jeffrey Lurie, I got a problem. If I'm Jeffrey Lurie and I tuned in to Pat McAfee's show today, now Pat McAfee's show might not be your cup of tea, but it is currently probably the biggest football day after show. It's hosted by a former player. There is a lot of high-profile guests that appear on that show because they feel it's kind of a safe spot, right? It's, hey, I could go talk to Pat McAfee because he's one of us. I can go talk to Pat McAfee because he played the game. Nick Sirianni has been on that show. Today, that show opened up with a almost Saturday Night Live satirical mockumentary of the way that Sirianni handled that yesterday. That is not good. Listen, you might say, look, they won the game. He got into it. He said that after the game, and this is going to go away. When the Pat McAfee show today opens up with a 10-minute, basically mockumentary of Nick Sirianni yesterday. I mean, I don't even know the guy's name, but if you've ever seen the show, he's the guy that's like the fake Mel Kiper. And he's got a fake bald head on today. And he's basically just making fun of Nick Sirianni. I mean, Nick Sirianni looked like a total immature clown yesterday. And it's unfortunate that we got to that level. They won the football game yesterday. And listen, you know me, man. I don't care what the win looks like. I don't know. Exactly. That's the guy right there. That's what he looked like today. You can't even air a lot of it because there's a lot of four-letter words. But when I saw that's how they didn't open the show with, hey, Detroit looked really good. They kicked the crap out of Dallas. Washington, Baltimore. Say again?
Ty Schmidt, by the way. That's his name.
Ty Schmidt, okay.
He's the main impersonator guy.
I don't know how, if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, that is something that you're happy with today. I mean, the game happened yesterday. You won the game, and I opened up the show with that Devontae Smith pattern because the X and O part of it is I'm pulling my hair out yesterday. The Eagles' run game, listen, the NFL, I don't understand where this whole thing came in, that I'm going to run a shotgun with my running back standing next to my quarterback, and my running back can't get a full head of steam moving forward when I hand him the ball. I have to hand him the ball while the running back is standing still. That, to me, is not an effective way to run the football. Okay, that's number one. Number two, teams all over the league, if you're watching football all over the place, I don't understand. The Philadelphia Eagles continue to say, we are going to put the game in Jalen Hurts' hands, instead of saying we are going to put the game in A.J. Brown's hands or Devontae Smith's hands. And guess what? There were two examples yesterday, and there's been multiple examples this season of why it should be a reverse mindset. And that play there is Smith lined up on the left side of the field. He crosses over to the right side of the field. The quarterback does his job. He delivers the football to the receiver while he's in motion. He catches the ball. The football is a microcosm of our society, right? Nobody wants to communicate with anybody. You don't pick up the phone to call your friend. You text your friend. Nobody wants to talk to each other. So communication breakdowns in the secondary are the norm because nobody wants to talk. You have a receiver coming across the field. He catches the ball, and then what happens? The corner gets caught up in a logjam, and Smith is able to get up the field and go all the way in for a touchdown. Have the Philadelphia Eagles not figured out that short crossing patterns with the two receivers that they have is a recipe for success for multiple reasons? Those two guys are really good. Number two, if you haven't noticed, nobody in this league knows how to tackle. Nobody knows how to tackle. Nobody knows how to tackle. So what I want to do is I want the quarterback to get the ball in the hands of my playmakers and let the playmakers make moves, down the field and have guys try to come up and tackle me. I'm going to put my money that there will be missed tackles and a big play will happen. Instead, the Eagles continue to try to take 40-yard shots down the field. For God's sakes, even the play that sealed the deal yesterday was a terrible play call. Because if that ball falls incomplete, the clock stops. They ran a play. They throw the ball towards the sideline, catch the ball, guy gets out of bounds, stops the clock. They don't have any timeouts left. It was a complete mismanagement multiple times. First half, they're going in to get a field goal. Instead, they don't. I couldn't even believe the way the first half ended yesterday. And then you get the field goal blocked, and you end up giving up a touchdown. You're about to go up 13-3. Instead, you're now tied at halftime. It was just coming out of a bye week. You don't score again in the first quarter. Horrible scripted plays. I would imagine, and I'm watching the game yesterday, 3 and out on the first drive. I said, I got to imagine this place is howling with boos right now. How restless were the people in that building yesterday?
You mentioned the blocked field goal for a touchdown. That's when it really came to a head. At halftime, people were pissed. And you know what? They had every right to be.
I agree. Like, I'm watching the game on television, and I'm watching with my father and his friend, and we're there watching. And I said, the Boo Birds are going to come out. It's embarrassing. The way this game has been managed is embarrassing. The way that this game has cultivated out of a bye. Listen, the Cleveland Browns have a pretty good defense. I think yesterday they really stacked the box. They were saying, look, we're not going to lose to Saquon Barkley, so if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to beat us with your receivers. And listen, the Eagles should be able to win games with their receivers. This isn't the Dallas Cowboys where they have one option on the field. Dallas can't run, and they have nobody else to throw the ball to except for CeeDee Lamb. Okay, we've gotten to the point where Dallas isn't very good. But the Eagles, if you want to take their running game away, they do have options. If you're a team playing Dallas, you say, okay, where's Lamb? We'll double him. And you want to try to beat us with everybody else? Have a blast. They can't stop the run. They can't stop the pass. They can't run, and they can't throw the ball to anybody else. This team should be different. And yet it is painful. It is a painful game to watch. It is painful right now to watch the Philadelphia Eagles play offense, and it is painful to watch them play at all because this is the worst team in the league offensively on third down. And then when they need a third down late in the game, they get it. They had been 0 for 26 straight third down conversions. It's 3rd and 11, and they get it. It is unbearable to watch this team play at times. And listen, I will be the first to say, in the NFL, I don't care how aesthetically pleasing the game is or what the score is. If you win that game 3-0, Sirianni's right. It's hard to win in the NFL. Get the win, move on to the next game, get the win in the win column, and keep racking them up. And I would have been okay with that. But Sirianni puts the cherry on top. You had an ugly-ass win yesterday, and then you're jawing with your fans. Now, listen, again, I don't know what he said to the fans. And all I'm saying is, if, in fact, he's jawing with them to the point where he's taunting them to say, I don't hear fire, Nick, now, that is what I would have a problem with. Now, if he's just having some fun with the fans, like, hey, guys, great job down there, because he did mention multiple times that they were a big factor on third down. The Browns in the red zone got a offsides penalty. And if he was telling the fans, hey, great job, blah, 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 that's a different story. I don't know what he said to the fans. He hasn't clarified, hey, I was just saying thanks, guys, for pumping for the crowd noise that we thought was a factor in the Browns going offsides.
What he did say, though, was in the postgame presser, the booing is not productive. That's a direct quote, is it not?
He did say that.
So why is he doubling down? You got the bad look on the sidelines.
Him saying the booing is not productive makes me feel like his interaction with the fans was more of a tit for tat, not a thank you, guys.
Yes.
You were a big factor in why
it was a lashing out.
They went off sides because on that third down, they went off sides and it pushed them back and they had to kick the field goal because they were going for it on fourth down and they end up going off sides and that pushed them back and they had to kick the field goal. So I was thinking, is he telling them because there was, some motion of like, come on, let's go. Like, putting it in, if you're watching the video, you can see, like he's doing kind of with waving his arms up, like, let's go. But if he's saying, I don't hear fire Nick now.
I think he was thinking that. Maybe he didn't directly say that, but of course he was thinking that. I have to imagine. But
I'm embarrassed for the guy. I'm embarrassed that it got to this point. I'm embarrassed that the team won a game and that they were a Saturday Night Live skit this afternoon on probably the most prominent day after football show in the league. Every team is watching that, and a team that won yesterday, they have a guy mocking Nick Sirianni on there for 10 minutes, and if I'm Jeffrey Lurie, I'm completely embarrassed.
Does he not know how the fans work and how this town operates? Does he need a crash course on how to coach in Philadelphia?
Does he not know how the fans operate? This was Dan Orlovsky this morning saying Nick Sirianni doesn't understand the Philadelphia fans. Take a listen.
For Nick Sirianni to act that way after the game when you squeaked by Cleveland, who is in absolute tailspin, to go talk to that fan base. You know what fan bases hate? Any fan base, but certainly Philadelphia. When you come across that you're more important than the fans. That city and that fan base, week to week, their everyday happiness is dependent upon how that football team performs because they truly believe that they're part of the wins and they're part of the losses.
Yeah, they truly believe they are part of the wins and they are part of the losses. And today, they are embarrassed by the fact that the football coach in a win got into a sparring match with the fan base after the game. And again, I want to be clear. It is not 100% that he was saying. What I said was if he is getting into a back and forth with the fans, that they said fire Nick, and that he's responding by saying, I don't hear fire Nick now, I would have a problem with that.
Doesn't it remind you of the Nick Castellanos thing from last week? These effing people. Are we getting into this thing again?
Well, this is worse.
The response.
This is worse.
This is absolutely worse.
This is worse. And listen, I'm not I hate Nick. Nick has to go. They should have fired Nick. I've said all along, Nick Sirianni got this team to the playoffs when they had no business getting there. He got them to a Super Bowl when nobody had picked them to be a Super Bowl team. He had them 10-1 last year, and then they fell apart. So he had a role in all of that. He had a role in the playoff the first year. He had a role in the Super Bowl the second year. He had a role in getting them to 10-1, and then he had a role in them falling apart. So everybody who acts like this guy's a total clown show, I don't think that's being objective or fair.
But it's trending in the wrong direction.
This is trending in the wrong direction because now you already have people that think you're a clown show, whether you are or not. Now, this is just giving more fuel to their fire of this guy is and always has been a clown.
To me, he knows he's a dead coach walking, and there's not much he can do to save his job.
Brandon Graham, you'll hear what he had to say about this. A lot of the players were asked after the game yesterday about what did they think about the coach. Now, many of the players are kind of backing Sirianni here, saying, listen, we need him to get back to that guy. We don't like this reserved version of Nick Sirianni. We need him to be more engaged and more flamboyant and more energized on the sidelines.
Why is it taking BG and the other players to say that? Why do they have to come out and say that?
Well, I think because they know the coach looks like an idiot.
But
so they are.
Why can't Sirianni?
I think Sirianni handled yesterday very poorly. He comes out with the kids. And listen, the perception of him coming out with the kids. I'm not sitting here to blast him about coming out with the kids. He's done it before. Other people have done it. But it's not the setting for the kids to be out for two reasons. One, he knows he's about to get grilled. He knows he's about to get grilled. Two, fine. You brought out a shield to not get grilled. And then you're using foul language in front of your three children. So you knew you were getting grilled, so you brought the kids out with you. Fine, you do that every week. You bring the kids out every week. Great.
He doesn't, though.
I don't know whether he does. I don't watch his post game every
He doesn't.
week.
He does not do it every week.
Okay. He has done it in the past, though. Correct?
He has done it in the past, yeah.
He's had at least one of the kicks. I have seen hit like one of the kids out
He
there.
usually
had
brings
all
like he's brought his one son out a couple times. Yeah.
right. So he
The
had all
oldest.
3 out yesterday.
Right.
Okay. So now you have the 3 children out there, and I'm not here to, you want to bring the kids out there every once in a while after a win, feel good,
Very
fine.
cute kids.
He
The
knew this
daughter's
was not a
very
feel
adorable.
good situation.
Yeah.
But then, even if I 100% justified, you brought out the kids, I have no problem with that, which I don't love it. It's not the setting for it. I'm not here doing a show, bouncing my nephew off my knee, saying, hey, buddy, you want to watch a live radio show? Like, just not the right setting.
Why don't you go place a bet over there on the Yankees game tonight?
Exactly. He's 10. I'm in the sports book. You don't bring a 10-year-old nephew to the sports book with me on a day where I'm doing my show live just to show what a live radio show looks like. It's just not the time or the place. That said, he's then using foul language, not once, multiple times. Multiple times.
I counted 6, Mike. When
You
I
counted 6.
I don't give a bleep. I did hear that.
Well, there were 2 S words and there were 3 A's and then 1 a-hole. That's what I remember listening.
So if I'm the owner of the team, I got my coach scrapping on the sideline with his fan base. Then I have him using poor language in front of his 3 children.
After a win, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, the opening of the show and many of these points says I'm the voice of the voiceless. I have no voice for this. I have nothing to be able to do to be able to help this man out. What he did yesterday is unjustifiable. There is no way that you can justify. Somebody says, well, what would you do if they were like, I said, I go through it every day. I enter this day for 4 hours knowing there are a part of this listener base who listens because they don't like me. They think my opinions are awful, and they let me know it. And all I do all the time when you tell me you don't like me and you disagree with me is, listen, I know not everybody's going to agree with me. I know there are people that listen to this show who don't like me, but I will always appreciate that you take time out of your day to engage and reach out to me. That's all. I appreciate you. And for those people who listen and don't like me and do reach out to me and let me know that they don't like me, I don't say, hey, bleep, bleep, bleep you. I will always answer and say, I appreciate you listening. You know me, and that's all I could ask for. That's it. That is it.
So why
and
doesn't
for him
Sirianni
to go
understand
to that level and tell the fans, I listen again. I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said.
Does it really matter what he said? Engaging
I
with the
will
fans
say
like that, though.
The only thing that I could say that I would back is if he went over and thanked the fans for their help in causing the Browns to go off sides. If he was saying, great job, we needed you guys today, and you were there for us. And I don't think that's what he said.
Did not look like that to me.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Any text messages?
Oh, we got a ton. Let's get to Robert from Ocean City. He says, Mike, absolutely. Trying the kids out as a deflection was a disgrace. It's a place of business. He's a bad coach and a weird dude. That's from Robert in Ocean City.
The kids thing, listen, I can't get behind it, right? I'm not going to blast him for it if, it just, I can't justify it. I can't justify bringing the kids out in that setting. It's a bad setting. Now, I'm not one of these people that said, how dare you bring your kids out there? That's his prerogative. It's not the way I would operate. If I'm the owner of the team, I say, Nick, it's not the setting. It's not the setting for your children, especially if you're going to use foul language.
Let me ask you this. Now, people are bringing this up, too. Are you connecting the dots with his new look, his shaved head, and this happens?
So what? He's losing his mind?
Yeah, he's losing his mind. He's lashing out at the fans. Midlife crisis, whatever you want to call it.
I don't know.
To
the
me,
whole haircut thing, I know I heard people talking about that. I know it is a month of a lot of there is a lot of cancer walks and stuff like that. So I'm not going to sit here and judge his style of hair. I heard others kind of go out that's the least of my, it seems that he did go out of his way to kind of let people.
Yes, certainly did that.
Cole from LBI, Mike, says, Nick Sirianni might be a good rah-rah guy when the team is rolling in 2022, but he's immature when adversity hits. Do we see any differences between what Kellen Moore's offense looks like now versus before?
I don't see any difference in the offense, Cole. I said that earlier. The offense looks exactly the same. It looks like Kellen Moore is calling Nick Sirianni's plays.
Yeah, maybe Kellen Moore is just bland himself. Maybe he is.
Somebody actually mapped out the pass routes that CeeDee Lamb ran and Keenan Allen ran, and then the pass routes, like those next gen, the lines. Right. Somebody put the lines up of their routes and A.J. Brown and Smith's routes, and they're not the same.
So you think Kellen Moore's offense is more innovative and creative
than what we're seeing?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Maybe not on the Ben Johnson level of Detroit.
No, I mean, Ben Johnson yesterday, he got to the point, and this is great. I mean, this is where he said, we're field, and now we're going to have fun with it.
Why can't we have that offense? Detroit was coming off a bye, and they put up 47 points yesterday.
Their offense is a little bit more creative right now. But guess what? You can ask the question, did they have as much talent and firepower as you do? I mean, they have very good skill position players, but are you saying – right, exactly. Are you saying that Jamison Williams and Amon-Ra St. Brown are head and shoulders better than Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown? Of course not.
You can't say that.
Are you saying that Jamar Gibbs and Montgomery are head and shoulders better than Saquon Barkley?
Can't say that.
You can't say that. Their
Jalen
offensive line is very good, but the Eagles' offensive line is very good. Jared Goff, no. That one, to me, says they have more creativity in their play call. They have better execution. And they are, right now, head and shoulders better. And listen, their head coach has been called out for many of the things that Sirianni's been called out. He's a rah-rah guy. He does unorthodox things. He goes for it on fourth down. But in the end, that team had business yesterday. That team said, yo, Dallas, you want to fight us? We're going to punch you in the face. And then while you're down, we're not letting up. We are going to keep kicking and punching. And it is going to be a long day at the office in your building. Keep the text message rolling in at 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. The Sports Bash is live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You can watch the show on the X platform at Mike Gill Show on YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe and watch the show there. But when we come back, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City weighs in. That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice
on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Have you checked out the most loved Indian restaurant in South Jersey? The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Your luxury BMW experience is closer than you think. Take advantage of exceptional savings at BMW of Atlantic City. Stop in and shop your favorite models, including the new BMW 2 Series, X3, and more. We're sure to have a vehicle that fits your needs. And with Acceleride, purchase your vehicle online and we'll deliver it directly to you. Looking to trade? We'll pay top dollar for your current vehicle. Experience luxury today at BMW of Atlantic City, closer than you think. In Egg Harbor Township, shop our complete inventory online at bmwatlanticcity.com.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
It's kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Step into the heart of Tuckerton at Doyle's Poorhouse, where great food meets a family-friendly atmosphere. Craving a hearty meal or a place to unwind with friends? Doyle's Poorhouse of Tuckerton has it all. Mouth-watering dishes crafted with care and the best events in town. Live music nights and community gatherings. There's always something happening at Doyle's Poorhouse of Tuckerton. Visit them today and experience the warmth of their hospitality. Doyle's Poorhouse of Tuckerton, where every visit feels like coming home. Visit Doyle's Poorhouse of Tuckerton, your new favorite spot for food, fun, and family.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing.
I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating, Brian. Instead, she'll date someone who's nice and worthy of her love, not someone who addresses you and your spouse as bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Kids, work, running errands, sitting in traffic. Life is busy. Shore Physicians Group wants you to take time for your health. Shore Physicians Group offers the highest level of quality, compassionate care close to home with convenient locations in Margate, Marmora, Mays Landing, Northfield, Ocean City, and Summers Point. Life is busy. Take time for your health. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com and make your appointment today.
Shore Physicians Group. Be well connected.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy the Jack-O-Lanterns here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through November 12th, get fast, reliable 300 megabit Xfinity internet for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract and unlimited data included. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply, currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy the Jack-O-Lanterns here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Go to get your game on. Your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Kind of got some feedback from the guys, is the sense of like, we need you back, Nick. We need your energy. We need your focus. We need your, like, I've gotten that from a couple players, and when I'm operating and having fun, I think that breathes to the rest of the football team. If I want the guys to celebrate and be themselves after big plays, then I should probably do that myself, right? Now, there's times for that and there's times not for that. I have to have wisdom and discernment of when to do that and when not to do that.
I just told him to be him. 2022, Nick, so we can get there. Like we just want people to be themselves. At the end of the day, Coach been taking a bunch of heat, and I understand he got a lot of stuff on him. We got his back because, Philly can be hard. I know all about it. I always said that they're going to eat the words that they say. And so I know that's what Nick probably saying too. And every chance that he gets, you let him know, just like I would too.
Randy Graham coming to defense Sirianni after the game. He said, I'd let the fans know if they were tough on me. So Sirianni saying, look, the players, they asked me to kind of go back to the guy that I was. Mike Gill from the Press of Atlantic City, covering professional sports, baseball, football, basketball, high school sports for years. He joins us now on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles win the game, Mike. But what's the look the next day when the only thing people are talking about is not the victory, it is the actions of the coach in a quick snippet as that game was counting down the final seconds yesterday.
Some of the skill they showed on display with the cycle, with the speed. There's Krause right there. Put the stick right up into the chops of Dougie Hamilton. I think John was catching there about Krause because they had all the momentum looking to get on the scoreboard. He picked up 3 penalties there. Krause checking. I think they go around, make they go with nothing. And you're right, it needed a minute plus long shift for you to have the offense because the head coach turning trying to say, oh, you do pops, but that's what you do. You defend your players in your team. Devils of the power play for the 5th time. They've got 11 seconds before the buzzer in this period.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he said. It wasn't really like, hey, Nick, what did you say? I mean, to me, if he's retaliating to the fire Nick chance, in other words, if he said, I don't hear any fire Nick now, if you're Jeffrey Lurie, what's your response today? Yeah.
The new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell with a beefy 5-layer burrito, Doritos Locos Taco, and a change your little supreme. Only $59. Is the price. The new $7 Lux Cravings box only at Taco Bell.
Right.
I got another double shot of green, double front, double pack, double whip, double hot, double jack, double sweet. Hey, did you discover that was your cashback at the end of the first year? You learn, we match. That means unlimited cashback match. Welcome back to your annual second intermission report. The Devils go up 2-0 over the Utah Hockey Club after the second period. Joining me now is defenseman Seamus Casey. Now, Seamus, a very dominant start for you.
Well, Mike, and then, you know, if all of that, what you said is accurate, and then, like, okay, maybe you think it's going to kind of go away the next day. No. On a day where Dallas gets, you know, Rochambeau'd by Detroit, boat raced, lapped 3 times. I don't know if you saw the Pat McAfee show today, but the McAfee show has become like, you know, a safe spot for players. And they just did like a satirical Saturday Night Live bit on Sirianni for 10 minutes today. I mean, if you're the Eagles, you're the laughing stock of the league right now with the way that your representative of your organization, your on-field representative, they opened that show today with a Saturday Night Live skit of your team. No.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Seamus. Good luck in the report. The Devils lead the Utah Hockey Club 2-0 with just 20 minutes left to play. When we come back, Bryce Oliver will join you at the desk. We'll look for the highlights from that second period. So stick with us right here on MSGSN.
Yeah.
The Devils Intermission Report is presented by.
Yeah, that is, you know, that is a big thing there. I was going to get your take on that. What is your take on, you know, a professional coach when they bring their kids to the podium?
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, soft, bold, and brown. It's a whole new kind of brisket. Get on the Chipotle brand.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is that another thing, though, for the – I mean, listen, all of this is leading to – it's a pretty embarrassing moment on the day that you won. And if you're the organization, how much consideration do you take at this day and this moment and all the heat your coach is getting?
Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, they were the only team in the NFC East that won yesterday. It almost like it got lost in the sauce. Washington lost to Baltimore. Obviously, New York lost last night to Cincinnati, and Dallas got boat race. So you got this NFC East now that you are right in the thick of, and that seems to get lost in the sauce. But that being said, it was an ugly win yesterday, but they got the win. Does this team feel like it's trending in the right direction?
To learn more. Seamus Casey with a goal and an assist in an interview with Rachel. And Rachel and Sal, he is really growing into his NHL game, huh?
Yeah, absolutely, Bill. You can see Seamus beaming during the interview, right? Already able to notch 3 goals in 5 games in his first year in the league. Just talk about the confidence that he's exuding through his first 5 games.
Well, it's evident that he's really finding that groove, right? And he feels like he can play at this level. He's clearly demonstrating offensively. And at the start of that second period, Bill, Daniel, and myself, we were joking about what can the Devils do to try and get some shots through. Utah did a great job of caught in the middle.
What is your, when you watch the Eagles offensively, does this look like a different offense than the one they've had the last couple of years? Kellen Moore came in, supposed to be his offense. He's the play caller. It's his offense. Do you get the sense that this is his offense and that it looks different?
And you can see the celebration after that goal. He was just so pumped to get out of the building.
Well, as he gets the top right corner of the look, just what a beautiful shot. And, just to highlight again what you were talking about, he goes in low, he's in over the rush. He gets trapped up right here. So he's trapped right here. And then he gets up and understands, hey, I got to make a desperation effort. And it's not right here, guys. We haven't talked about this, but look at Dawson Mercer. Because he's on his off wing with one timer, that freezes the look on roll it, right? So he has to try to understand, you got to slide to my right. Casey understands that. He looks off Dawson Mercer, hits the top right corner. What a beautiful sequence there.
And Stephen Mason, too, he was a catalyst in the game against the Capitals. 3 assists, his first 3-assist game in his career, and now he gets rewarded with his second goal of this season.
Well, yes, and it was a beauty goal. At first, when that goal happened, Rachel, I thought it was a rebound. He just whacked it in.
Yeah, where is that guy? All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. Of course, the Eagles win. The Mets lose. All is right in the world again. The Giants lose. The Mets lose. All right, Mike, we'll talk to you Wednesday, man. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com here on the Sports Bash, which is live today at the Fanatic Sportsbook Gallery on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, my friend Rocco at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve's been selling cars in the area for many years, and he wants to invite all of you and his previous clients and the new ones to stop in and see him now at Key Acura of Atlantic City. And now through October 31st, he can get you into a 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down at Key Acura of Atlantic City, online at KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details. My man Rocco sent me a little note, by the way, this morning. Not happy with the head coach. Not happy with the head coach. He says, Mike, he's a clown. He's got to go. He's a walking embarrassment. So Rocco from Key Acura doesn't like Sirianni either.
That's another clown label. I'm hearing that word a lot today.
All right, more sports match coming up. Sirianni's supposed to talk today at 3:15. We'll get to the highlights of that. We asked you guys on our social media at Facebook on 97.3 ESPN. We're compiling some of the best reactions, I guess.
Comments, reactions. Yeah. I got them right here in front of me.
We'll do that coming up a little bit now in the next hour and throughout the show, plus your text messages at 609-403-0973. More sports back coming up.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
If you're not down with that, we got 2 words for you.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Hi, I'm Larry Mintz. When dealing with a workers' compensation claim, in most cases, the injured worker doesn't get the money they're entitled to. That's why you need the right lawyer. When injured on the job, call us first. We'll speak with you for free and get you all the money and benefits you deserve.
Make the right call to Golden Bird Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Got a leaky pipe? At Ace Hardware Home Services, they're around the block with everything you need to fix it, including the person to do the fixing. Got an air conditioning issue? They've got a person for that. Because now they're not just the helpful hardware folks, they're also the helpful home services and repair folks. From plumbing to heating and cooling, they've got the trusted pros to keep your home humming all year long. Ace Hardware Home Services, now in South Jersey. They're bringing helpful home. The helpful you love from the store now to your front door. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com to book your next appointment today.
Hear that? The sound of your antique fountain pen gliding across linen paper as you journal in the park. And if you were here, you'd be inspired by the warm breeze. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. And the wind in your face on the road is all the inspiration you need. So if you ride, get a quote and see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Now that's inspiring. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Again, sent beat story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain scent beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent maracas smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain scent beads. Try Gain scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
Score a touchdown when you bank with Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Catch lower rates on loans and higher rates on savings. You'll cheer when you don't have to pay a penny to get your own money since they offer 85,000 surcharge-free ATMs. Get the details or open an account online with just a $25 minimum deposit at JerseyShoreFCU.org or swing to a branch in Northfield, Galloway, Hamilton, or Rio Grande. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
The time for holiday hosting is upon us, so make your second bathroom second to none with HomeDepot.com's best savings of the season. Right now, enjoy up to 40% off select online bath. Find the latest on-trend styles of vanities, faucets, showers, tubs, toilets, and more, all at prices that will let your budget relax right along with you and your beautifully renovated bath. Get up to 40% off select online bath plus free delivery at the Home Depot. Subject to availability, see HomeDepot.com/delivery for details.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital, Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Cooper University Healthcare.
Extraordinary happens here.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Nick's a very emotional guy. He gets, I love Nick. He's, so maybe the situation, got a little bit the best of him. But, the big thing is how your team plays and how it competes. And, I'm sure in the end that, we can all laugh about some of those situations.
That was Bill Belichick on the McAfee show. Belichick seems like this is like a laugh it off situation. You all right with that comment from Belichick, guys?
I mean, Belichick has his own opinion. He can say what he wants. But
You think Belichick would have?
he's not living and dying with this team.
You think? Well, there was a gentleman here today that just came up to us about 10 minutes ago.
Please tell that story.
And the gentleman came over here. He has the Eagles Super Bowl tattooed to his arm.
Season ticket holder.
Season ticket holder. Said he's been taking his son, who's now 30, to every game since he's been 5. He now has a grandson who he has dressed up in Eagles gear every Sunday for these games. That's the guy that Sirianni basically said, "I don't hear you now, buddy."
And that guy has every right to boo if his team is performing.
What'd you pay for those tickets
poorly.
yesterday there, PG?
I didn't pay for anything. I paid for a couple years.
Well, whatever the people paid for the tickets yesterday.
People pay a lot of money for those
it's
tickets.
justifiable to be a little angry. Listen, I'm not the booing type, okay? But as being someone who's not the booing type, I can also say and stick up for that crowd to say, if I went and the coach was yelling at me and telling me, "I don't hear you now," I think that's a bad look. I think that's a bad look.
I think it's more than a bad look. I think it's a pathetic look because it goes to show you, as Mike McGarry said, that there's a level of immaturity with this guy that who in his life, Mike, is telling him this is unacceptable? Like if you act like that, Mike, wouldn't somebody in your life take you aside and be like, "Yo, man, come on, you can't do that"?
Well, I would ask this question. Of all the stuff that he's done in the past, has nobody told him you can't do that? Maybe this is accepted behavior in that organization.
Well, then that's a bad job of the organization of enabling him to act like that.
Well, unless they don't find fault in it. We might find fault in it, but Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman might say, that's the personality of our coach. That's why we hired this guy. We actually like the fact that he's like this.
What about when Jalen Carter does that to the Saints fans after the game or in the fourth quarter a couple weeks ago, and he was out of control? Is that just the culture in this locker room?
Good question. Whether or not that was addressed by the organization at all to say, hey, you can't act like that. Right. But if the head coach is acting like that, why can't I act like that?
The same way.
It's a microcosm of the society we live in. The people in charge acting like that, making like everything's A-okay to act like that.
Do as I say and not as I do.
Yeah, it's a bad look. Coming up on the other side, Sirianni is scheduled to talk today. I don't know what time officially he's going to talk. It was 3:15, but these things could drift. They might see some of the stuff that's happening today.
Got to get those notes in order.
They've got to be sitting down with him saying, you are going to get asked this, 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 and this. So they might be pushing that off. We'll see. So McMullen might be on the other side. He may be at the NovaCare complex getting ready to go into the press conference. So, Josh, when you talk to John, just let me know what his situation is. If we can't get John on the other side, we have tons of text and tons of reaction that we will get to at 609-403-0973 on the text board. If you're watching the live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show, on YouTube at Mike Gill Show, we're live. Stop out to the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Shoots, he scores! Matt Beachcom puts the finishing touches on it.
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow night. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com. Shop the Sherwin-Williams Fall Sale and get 30% off paints and stains from October 11th through the 21st. With prices starting at $34.29, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your bedroom, living room, or home office, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit JenkinsandSons.com today.
In business, service is everything. Cintas delivers what you need to better serve your customers. Whether it's freshly laundered work apparel for almost any job imaginable, tested and inspected fire protection systems, first aid and safety supplies, on-site AED training, or mops and restroom products, stocked and ready when you need them. Better work days happen together. So visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Prices are tumbling down during the Fall Into Savings event at Boardwalk Honda. Get fantastic fall pricing on our entire lineup of new Hondas. Right now, lease a new 2024 Honda Prologue for only $189 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Honda CR-V LX for just $269 a month. Both for 36 months. And remember, from Maine to Miami, nobody beats a Boardwalk deal. Visit HondaBoardwalk.com for low lease payments. Call us toll free at 484-246-6754 for more details.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored.
97.3 ESPN. WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort studio, here's Mike Gill.
Player trying to get his ass fired. Wow. Man, that is the only. Nick, we want you to be yourself. We want you to act the donkey on the sideline. We want you to be chirping at the fans. They trying to get him fired, Smalls.
You think so?
Somebody is trying to call a code red. They're like, you know what? Let's look. If we tell him to be himself, maybe he'll actually go out and do it, and that would give Jeffrey Lurie and GM Howie Roseman just enough ammunition to fire his ass.
Chris Candy this morning on 97.3 ESPN, unsportsmanlike. I don't know what to make of this whole situation other than I'm embarrassed for Nick. And again, I'm not a big fire the coach, blame the coach. It will always be players first for me. But in football, the coach matters. The coach matters more in football than it does baseball and basketball. By a long shot, he sets the culture. But they also call every single play. What happened yesterday, the Philadelphia Eagles won a football game. We should be talking about the aesthetics of the game. The offense looked like it's on its way back. The defense played a pretty good game yesterday, albeit against an offense that's dreadful in the Cleveland Browns. What do we make of that Eagles win yesterday? 609-403-0973. All right, McMullen is at the NovaCare Complex. Sirianni's supposed to talk at 3:15. So McMullen, we're either going to have to reschedule with him for tomorrow or later on in the show. Sirianni's coming up at 3:15. Maybe we will try to bail out a little early and pick that up. But let's get some reactions from people who have been texting and posting on our social media. We'll kind of volley this back and forth. Pete, you have been compiling some of the best social media reactions from our social media sites. And, Josh, you have the text messages from the listeners of the show. So, Pete, why don't you throw one at me first?
All right. This is from Facebook. Jack V says, the coach's embarrassing outburst is a black eye on this organization. His handling of his coordinators is suspect. Then he brings his children to the press conference in order to deflect hard-hitting questions. Not seeing a replacement until the season's end is usually how Jeffrey Lurie and Howie Roseman handle these situations. That's Jack V on Facebook.
Well, he's right. I mean, I don't see them having a knee-jerk reaction. Let's just make that clear. I don't think they are going to have a knee-jerk reaction and fire the coach. I don't. If anybody's hoping or thinking that that's going to happen, I wouldn't put it this way. I said last year, if Nick Sirianni was the one that went to the front office and said, I need to make a defensive coordinator change, if it was really him that said that, that was a fireable offense. Now, in this situation, if you told me that Jeffrey Lurie was so embarrassed by what happened yesterday that he had to make a change, I would say that was justifiable. I couldn't argue with him on this. I would say if I'm Nick Sirianni or if I'm Jeffrey Lurie, I was so embarrassed by what my head coach, you are the face of the franchise you are the on-field face of that organization. You are the on-field representation of the front office on a football Sunday. And if that's the way that you acted, I could not sit here and say that you were irrational about your decision. I could not say that. Josh, what do you got?
So I got Shader and EHT chiming in, Mike. He says, I don't think the professionals who play sports realize how much these teams mean to us, the fans. In hard times and in good times, we lean on them for relief in life. I feel like this Eagles team and 100% of the Phillies don't understand how much this stuff means to us. It's from Shaner and EHT.
I mean, I think he's definitely right about that. I definitely don't think the players, I think the organizations to some extent don't care. It's a business to them. I don't think the players, 53 of them anyway, I don't think they have any idea what these teams mean to these people. Like, again, this guy who just walked up to us, I don't know his financial situation, but I got to imagine that there's a lot of people out there listening that spend money that maybe they don't have to support these teams, that spend money that they do not have to go watch one game a year. There are people that buy season tickets and spend the money on season tickets and fall behind on all other payments.
Yep.
And I don't think the fans, I don't think the players, I don't think that registers to them at all. What do you got?
William T. on Facebook says, win's a win, but yikes. Every other team in the division bleeped on these guys. Granted, they were a desperate team at 1-4. And just for context, the Browns lose to the Cowboys 33-17, lose to the Commanders 34-13. They also lost to the Giants 21-15.
It's a good point. Like, hey, if you're one of those people that want to measure up, the Browns lost to all four teams in the division, and your win over them was probably the least impressive, even worse than the Giant win.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mike, I got Glenn from Absecon chiming in. He said that it's clear to me that when Sirianni put his ear up, he was saying to the fans, you're not saying what you were saying before. And then he brushed them off with that hand gesture. Glenn from Absecon goes on to say, I don't like when coaches and players always use kids so they don't get grilled. Sirianni should be a different profession if he can't take the heat. He is weak.
Glenn, the point you brought up about the hand gesture, I watched the video back, and you're right. He wasn't saying, great job, get up like this. He was saying, kind of, I don't hear you, and wiping them away. Like, I don't hear you now. And I don't know what he said it or how he said it, but the way he approached it before, I thought he was maybe saying, like, I thought he was like getting fired up and saying, I don't hear you now. I don't hear you now. And then kind of caught himself and was like, but bring it. You guys brought it. And then was like, come on, let's go. No, that's not what his hand gestures were not in a palms up, let's go. It was in a the heck with you guys. Yeah, not a good look.
Carl W. said, now this is more on-field stuff, which is good. We can also talk about. Carl W. says they had weeks to prepare for a 1-4 team to a tie through three quarters. They still haven't scored a point in the first quarter, and that's the best they could come up with, ? They need a coaching change.
The offense in the first quarter, again, and I say this to I'm watching the game yesterday. When you run crossing patterns across, the premise to me with this offense is I've got two receivers that I want them to make the plays. The Eagles' offense is I want the quarterback to make the play. In other words, they're trying to push the ball down the field, which is fine. I don't have a problem with you trying to push the ball down the field. They're trying to do it too often. Get guys crossing over the middle, throw the ball in rhythm with those guys, let them catch the ball while they're moving at full speed, and then let your receivers be the ones that make the play. You're trying to make the quarterback make the perfect throw down the field all the time. There's a play, I think it's third down in maybe 10 or 11. It's like a 50-50 ball. It was the one that maybe looked like it got intercepted. Devontae Smith went up with the receiver, with the corner, and it almost looked like it got intercepted. What are you throwing like a 50-50 ball up on like a third down play? It's like, let the player catch the ball, try to make somebody miss. The other part is you have Saquon Barkley. There's no play action with this offense because the quarterback is in the shotgun every single play. So like a traditional play action. You know how dangerous this offense would be with a traditional play action with Saquon Barkley back there, and then your linebackers kind of have to like bang. The play action is to freeze the linebacker, and then the tight end gets behind them, or you drag your receiver from the far side of the field behind those guys because they have to freeze with the play action because the running back's so dangerous. But you can't run traditional play action because the quarterback's never under center. I don't know what this offense wants to be. It doesn't seem like it has much of an identity, and it seems like they have multiple personalities. They want to be a Jalen Hurts-centric offense. They want to be a Jalen passing offense with their two receivers. They want to be a running off. They don't know what the hell they want to be.
Irony, you mentioning that 50-50 play, Mike, is that was Denzel Ward playing defense for the Browns in that play, and that was one of the players Sirianni when I was going to compliment in the post-game presser yesterday.
I was dying for him to mention a player who he didn't want his son to buy their jersey. He says, I don't want him to get a jersey of a mediocre player. Like, if he wants to get a Ward jersey, I'm fine. But if he wants to get a jersey like who? Which player is not qualified? Right, what player do you not want your
Devonta
kid?
Foreman?
Yeah. Jeez. All right, what do you got?
Mark in EHT says, would our opinion be different if the game ended differently? For example, the field goal wasn't blocked. If the end score was 23-8, would we be saying, wow, good win, the Eagles are back, instead of focusing on Sirianni? That's from Mark in EHT.
Yeah, but Mark, we might, but here's the problem, Mark. This has been a perpetual problem, that Sirianni has already been questioned that he's not the right guy, that the team doesn't look as good as they should, that the coach is not, that this team doesn't look prepared. So all of the first 4 weeks of the up and downness of the team not looking where the expectations were, and then coupled with another game where you just look like an average team. Now, Mark, your point is, this is where your point kind of loses some of the steam, is that at no point this year has this team looked like a well-oiled machine. Every week, even in wins, you're like, they don't really look all that good. And that's why it came to a head in another game where you won, but you won against a team right now that's 1-5 with an offense that hasn't scored 20 points the entire season. They're the worst team in the league statistically on third down. So it's not an impressive team that you won, and you did not look impressive, which is what Pete brought up. Dallas played that team and blew their doors off. Washington played that team and blew their doors off. Even the Giants had a more impressive game against them than you did. So therefore, it all came to a head that your wins are not impressive against bad teams, and then the actions overshadowed the mediocre victory.
Charles S. on Facebook says, we talk about this too, Hurts didn't turn the ball over yesterday and only took 1 sack. That's a positive. Special teams still needs a lot of work. Way too many mistakes these last 3 weeks.
Special teams, man, if I'm that coach, I really feel like I'm on thin ice. He had a punt block. He had an extra point block. I mean, he had the field goal block yesterday. They've had a rough day, a rough season, the special teams, in all these facets. Look, they showed the Fox video, showed a video of Myles Garrett jumping over and blocking a field goal last year. So were you not prepared that that's something that he generally likes to do? If you're Michael Clay and you're coaching that team, you say, guys, we know what Myles Garrett likes to do. He likes to try to jump over. We can't let him do that. And at that stage of the game, that's on Sirianni.
Eagles special teams has not been good since Dave Fipp left. I'm just saying.
Well, Clay was under fire, I guess, last year or the year before, and they brought him back. Now he's back again. You've already had a punt block, now a field goal block, and we're only 4 weeks, 5 games into the season.
Although I will say punt blocks have been up around the entire league, so maybe it's not just him.
This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for plumbing, heating, service, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907, online at broadleaf.net. Watch any Flyers this weekend?
I was fired up. The back-to-back.
Wow.
Down in Western Canada.
Yeah, I didn't make Saturday night. I was asleep before 10 o'clock.
I heard that.
I didn't even get past halftime of the West Virginia game.
The best is when I'm texting you, and then, we're texting back and forth, and then you just disappear.
Gone.
Into the thin air. I don't hear from
you. 9:30, I think, is when I said, that's it. The TV went off, and I went out. Long day on Saturday.
So you didn't make it up for that Flyers Flames game.
I watched Flyers Vancouver the night before.
That was a good win. It was a shootout win.
Flyers tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN. Another late start. They're in Edmonton tomorrow. We'll have that game for you after the Yankees and Guardians on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up on the other side, Nick Sirianni is scheduled to hit the podium for his day after presser. Let's see spin is today. You'll hear that coming up on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $200 in bonus bets when they bet $5. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bet. And see why. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey. Terms and conditions apply.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy the Jack-O-Lantern here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. Have you checked out the most loved Indian restaurant in South Jersey? The Nizam's Indian Restaurant on Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township is ready to serve you delicious Indian dishes. NJ.com ranked them as the #2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. And this just in. It's their Eagles football special. Your table receives free tandoori, spicy chicken wings if the Eagles win for dine-in customers only. Visit thenizams.com for more information.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you no longer qualify for New Jersey Family Care, you may be eligible for low or no-cost health insurance through Get Covered New Jersey for yourself and your family. These quality, affordable health plans cover doctor visits, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. 9 out of 10 enrolling qualify for financial help, and many pay $10 a month or less. Learn more and find out if you're eligible today at getcovered.nj.gov.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Here in New Jersey, it's one wow after another. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zero. Here's a great little hidden gem in Skillman in Somerset County. It's Hidden Spring Lavender and Alpaca Farm. Have you ever wanted to meet, feed, or even walk an alpaca amid brilliant, fragrant blooms of lavender? Well, here's your chance. Hidden Springs Gift Shop also has a huge selection of lavender and alpaca products and gifts. Caution, cuteness overload. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like Samsung, ranked #1 in customer satisfaction. Wash and dry in one cycle with the Samsung Ultra Capacity All-in-One Washer Dryer Combo from the Home Depot. And get laundry day done faster, running a super speed load in just 98 minutes. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing about September 26th through October 16th. US only. See store online for details. Visit jdpower.com/awards for more details.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
All right, 3:20 on the Sports Bash Live. Now, ultimate broadly coming and eating your trusted source for heating and plumbing services generation. I'm Mike Gill. The Sports Bash is live here at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're going to take you to the Nick Sirianni day after presser coming up as soon as he hits the podium. And you'll hear that live on 97.3 ESPN. What's the first question?
That's a good question, actually. Have you been able to kind of look back at your actions on the sideline yesterday? Did you see the video clips?
Right. Are you regretful at all? I mean,
Yes.
Have you heard the reaction today? Chris Canny blasting him. Damian Woody basically called him a clown, right? Do we have that Woody audio of Damian Woody this morning on either First Take or Get Up? He did not hold back when he basically said he thought Sirianni was a clown. Take a listen.
You gonna seriously talk trash to the fans?
Your own fans.
Your own fans. Like, people come out here and pay big money to come out and watch you put a product out on the field. When you don't perform well, they have every right to boo you.
Damn right.
And you gonna get it all in your feelings because fans are booing you because your team stinks? Then you're gonna bring your kids into the post game to kind of soften the blow from what reporters might ask you. This dude is a straight clown, bro. Like, I just don't have any respect for what this man is doing.
That's a former player. I mean, just basically going into the fraternity of coaches and saying this dude is a clown and I have no respect for him. Those are some strong words from Damian Woody. How about what Mike Greenberg had to say about the interaction between Sirianni and the Eagles fan base? Here's what Mike Greenberg said on Get Up.
If you're not ready to be booed, then I'm telling you right now, don't be the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. If your team doesn't play well, you're going to get booed sometimes. And if that's what you're worried about, then you're thinking about all the wrong things. Picking a fight with your own fans is the absolute worst thing a coach can do. You're saying, well, I don't think it's very productive if the fans are booing us. How productive is it for you to be worrying about that when your team is barely beating what looks like the worst team in the entire NFL?
So picking a fight with your fans, probably not the most productive thing to do. As Nick Sirianni was scheduled at 3:15, he has yet to hit the podium. When he does, we'll have it for you. But I got to imagine the fallout of this has caused them to have to prepare him for questions that are about to come.
You know what's interesting about that clip is Rex Ryan was also on the set, and Greenberg throws to Rex Ryan and talks about Buddy Ryan, his dad, loved being a coach in Philadelphia for these fans.
Look, and I think Nick, we make fun of him sometimes because he panders so much. He wears the Phillies hat. When the Sixers are in the playoffs, he wears the Sixers stuff. He is the panderer-in-chief, we called him before. I think Nick does like being the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. I think, though, he understands that the heat is on him with a team that is underperforming. You don't act like that unless there's pressure that forces you to act like that. That is when you decide, when the pressure starts to get to you, that you change the way that you're acting. Now, you could say the players wanted me to do this. The players want me to change. No, the players did not ask for you to get into an argument with your fan base. They might say, if we get a first down and you want to point the first down sign, go for it. If you want to be, the guy who was very excitable on the sideline and you want to be that guy, that's a different story. But to go out of your way when the game was over, he went out of his way. I mean, he was pushing guys out of the way, like, get out of my way. I got something to say to these people. But I do think Nick Sirianni, for the most part, he understands and likes what it means to be the Philadelphia Eagles head coach. This is a guy who lives, breathes, and as he said yesterday, I believe to my core, it's the way I'm raising my family on football. He mentions many times his dad, his brother being football coaches in high school, this, and that, and the other. And maybe he was not ready for this job when he got it, but he got it and had success. But it could all be too much pressure on him now. It could be this immense amount of, oh, my God, I got this job, I had success, and now it's at a point where it just might be too much for me, man. The walls are coming in on a team that has high expectations. And in this town, there's been so much failure. And that's a team that gave us some hope in 2017 by winning a Super Bowl. And then he got them back to a Super Bowl when nobody expected that. So now he helped raise the bar of expectations. The question is, can he handle it?
Most of that makes sense. But when he doubles down and says the booing is not productive, that's where I have a problem with it.
Well, it's a poor answer. It's a poor way to
when you haven't scored a point in the first quarter at all this entire season, when you started off 10-1 last year and then the wheels fell off.
Cole and LBI says, I think Sirianni needs to come out with the truth of what he said and apologize for going at the fans. If he spins some BS out there about thanking the fans for being loud, I think it shows he's a clown and full of BS. Cole, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Like, if I was giving him the benefit of the potential doubt, is that he was saying to the fans, thank you. He owned it and said, look, I got frustrated. And what do you got there? All right, Sirianni is at the podium, and we are about to have that for you right now on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, Nick.
All right, there's Sirianni and the press conference, and of course, he got asked a bunch of questions regarding. I don't even know that it got cleared up what happened there. He basically said, "I need better discernment. I'm sorry." That it was like broadly coming in eating. And of course, 4 o'clock. Jeff Ocean football at 4. We'll see what he thinks about today's day after pressure. All that and more coming up live on the Sports Pad here at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Game on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedork bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Shoots, he scores! Matt Page puts the finishing touches on it.
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow night. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's the time of year for killer deals. You've had your eye on some hot new wheels. We want to pay off your loan or lease and tell your old car to rust in peace.
Get your Matt Black Kia today. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Black Kia wants to get you released. Then treat yourself to 0 down, 0 payments until next year. Even 0% up to 72 months on every clearly marked new Matt Black Kia in stock. You won't need a costume to get a brand new Matt Black Kia Forte LXS under 20 grand. That's right, a brand new Kia, just $19,999. With any trade, that's less than most used vehicles.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
Bulletproof credit 24 EV9 and 6, $13.88 per thousand. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to MattBlackKiaNJ.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 10/31/24. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years, to Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Hear that? The sound of your antique fountain pen gliding across linen paper as you journal in the park. And if you were here, you'd be inspired by the warm breeze. But you're not here. Because your self-care happens out on the road, riding your motorcycle protected by Progressive. And the wind in your face on the road is all the inspiration you need. So if you ride, get a quote and see if you could save with Progressive, America's #1 motorcycle insurer. Now that's inspiring. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
I'm Mike Mackler. At Goldenberg Mackler, we represent you, not the insurance companies. When seriously injured in any type of accident, call us. We'll speak with you for free and fight to get you the money you deserve. When injured, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler.
For the best lawyer, call Goldenberg Mackler. With 4 convenient locations to better serve you: Atlantic City, Northfield, Rio Grande, and Vineland. Call us at 609-344-7131.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you into a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, and EHT. Online, keyacuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I was trying to do yesterday, and I'm sorry and disappointed on how my energy was directed at the end of the game. And, my energy should be all in on coaching, motivating, right, and celebrating with our guys.
That was Nick Sirianni moments ago. You heard a press conference on 97.3 ESPN. He's sorry at where his energy went. It should be on motivating and coaching. Listen, I don't know that his answer has cleared up anything, to be honest with you. Mike in Northfield, though, says, guys, interesting how Nick Sirianni mentioned Lori's support, Howie's roster, and Stoutland's coaching. Those are probably the three guys that chewed his ass out for those antics. Stout isn't the head coach, but you know he carries a lot of weight in that building. Almost like apologies to them. And I don't think he's off base there. Like, he went out of his way to mention how he does a great job getting talent from the roster. Stoutland coaches those guys up. Lori, listen, I think Nick knows when you're getting questions the next day, multiple questions. And I got to be honest with you, I'm actually surprised that he didn't get more questions about it, that they didn't press him. Now, it's a Zoom setting. It is a much more difficult opportunity to ask questions on Zoom because you can't have the back and forth. You can't have like a interjection. You can't really say, hey, but I want to ask you this. You get really one question on that Zoom. So I thought that his answers didn't clear up a whole heck of a lot other than
I'm not going to do it again.
He says, I'm sorry and disappointed.
This isn't over for me.
Wow.
This ain't over.
You believe there'll be more?
There will be more.
Okay. We'll see what he talks again. What, Wednesday or Thursday? Wednesday is his next press conference. By the way, he did clarify and confirm Jordan Mailata out a couple of weeks. Who will be the left tackle? We'll talk to Jeff Mosher about that in today's edition of Football at 4. Next.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2024 season this Sunday in New Jersey against their NFC East rival Giants.
He's going to go! Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Listen to all the action with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick with pregame coverage starting at noon and kickoff at 1 p.m. This is the play-by-play home of the Philadelphia Eagles, 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
At Complete Care Health Network, their new men's and family health professionals facility in Williamstown offers preventative health screenings and primary care for the entire family with a focus on men's health. Schedule your appointment at CompleteCareNJ.org.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Academy Award nominee Chaz Palminteri brings his original one-man show, A Bronx Tale, to Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort Friday, April 11th. Experience this critically acclaimed one-man show that will take you back to the Bronx in the 1960s. A Bronx Tale, written and performed by Chaz Palminteri. Friday, April 11th at Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale Friday, October 18th at 10 a.m. Visit oceanac.com. That's oceanac.com.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the jack-o'-lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
With GMF financing, the qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. Beach wows, mountain wows, and show-stopping wows. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN.
Ooh, that's good.
WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
Just hungry to bring back another Lombardi to Philly. The fans deserve it. Our team deserves it. Culture begs for it.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
There is an opportunity right now. If the Eagles are going to make a change, now's the time to do it. Why? That interim coach, whether it's Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio, whoever you put in there, at the Giants, at the Bengals, home against the Jaguars, at the Cowboys, that guy has a very good chance of going on a 4-game winning streak and rallying the troops right now. I think what Sirianni did yesterday is a borderline fireable offense. That is not appropriate behavior towards your customers. They're paying your salary.
Evan Cohen this morning on Sportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is going to join us for today's Football at 4 in just a moment. He's running a couple minutes late. The Sirianni presser just kind of ended there, so we'll collect his thoughts on that. A couple things that I do want to point out. By the way, Peachy, there's a gentleman in here that has a Mets shirt on. Had no idea the Mets were about to play Game 2 of the NLCS. I mean, is that a kick in the groin or what?
Yeah, I think he probably should know it's Game 2 of the NLCS.
I mean, he's wearing a Mets shirt.
In about an hour. Yep.
So he's walking through the sports book, by the way. He's at the sports book on a Monday at the Fanatic Sportsbook here. You'd think the man has a Mets shirt on. He would know that his team is about to play Game 2.
Sean Manaea on the mound. Let's see how he does against the Dodgers hitters.
I got to tell you, that Dodger Stadium crowd has been pretty epic. I mean, they're bringing it.
Blue October.
Oh, yeah. Is somebody else having an October that's not red? Because the red October is dead.
It is.
And unfortunately, there's a gentleman with a Mets shirt on. He had no idea the Mets were about to play. We had to tell him, well, sir, your team is playing in about an hour.
He thought it was just the Yankees tonight.
Yeah. I mean, that's poor. You can't have the Mets shirt on and not know that the Mets are playing. It's unacceptable. I mean, that to me is just made it all worse. It made it all worse. Jeez.
And the Mets got blanked yesterday. They didn't score a run, 9-0 yesterday.
Senga had a rough day at the office, but there's the difference. Senga had 4 walks in the game yesterday, and the Dodgers basically said, you want to walk us? We'll let you walk us. We're not going to swing anything out of the zone. That's the difference between their hitters and the Philly hitters.
And Flaherty for the Dodgers threw a gem, just like Wheeler did in Game 1, that he got the run support. Wheeler only got 1 run.
All right, Football at 4 with Mosher in just a couple of minutes. There's a couple thoughts on this Eagles win yesterday that we're going to get into. I mean, we're certainly going to talk about the game and some of the things in the game, because I'll tell you what, part of the problem with all of this stuff to Sirianni is because the team did not look good. That's been the problem. The team did not look good in the win yesterday. You know, you have a game where you really, and by the way, how many people on the last play that sealed the deal were happy with that play call? Where you have to chuck the ball 30 yards down the field and have A.J. Brown come back and catch the ball on his hip.
And it wasn't a good throw either.
It's a short
Underthrown,
throw.
right.
And if A.J. Brown doesn't make that play, what happens? The clock stops. That's the kind of thing that you're saying. Listen, that's different from the Barkley play. Barkley drops a pass where he's wide open on a throw that's 5 yards away from him. That's a high percentage pass. This is a low percentage pass that just happens to be completed. And that's the kind of play call that you're saying, man, in a big game, I don't know that I win the game with that play call right there. If it's a close game late and I have to keep the clock rolling, there was multiple examples on that late drive. There's a throw on the sideline where the receiver catches the ball and he goes out of bounds to stop the clock with like 1:08 left in the game, somewhere right around there. And you're thinking, you can't get out of bounds there. You can't go out of bounds there. Why are you throwing a pass near the sideline at that time of the game? There are so many things in that game yesterday that have compounded the fact that your coach basically embarrassed the entire organization. And I go back to, you know, by the way, Pat McAfee has me blocked on Twitter, so it's not like I'm praising. This guy blocks me for no reason.
That's a shame. He's very entertaining.
You got good content on there?
Yeah. I mean, the guy on College Game Day, he is great on that show.
Well, the show, the Pat McAfee show on Twitter has me blocked.
Yeah, that's a shame.
But the Pat McAfee show has kind of become the safe spot for players. And they are having a full-fledged mockumentary today of what happened in Philadelphia yesterday on a day that your team won. Let's bring in Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, Jeff Mosher here on Football at 4 is powered by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. All right, Moshe, obviously the Eagles win the game yesterday, and you heard the press conference, I'm sure. The big takeaway is everybody's talking to Nick about his actions after the game. Did that, to you, overshadow other things in that game yesterday? Yeah, and I think, your point that you're making is valid in that he is the guy who, Moshe, you got me? No, I got you. We're on location today, so it's a little loud in here. We're at the sports book, so there's a lot of people getting ready for this baseball game. But that said, we just had Sirianni on, and he essentially said, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm disappointed, but my energy, I have to direct it better in coaching and motivating." But your point that you're bringing up is, yeah, that's one thing a couple of years ago where the team was rocking and rolling, and your team was winning, and you're winning convincingly, and you're winning clean. I think you said on Inside the Birds, correct me if I'm wrong, you wanted to see an impressive victory. Would you label yesterday's game as an impressive victory? Because if not, that's where the problem comes in. He's essentially taunting the fans in a game where the fans are not happy with the way that team looked, even in victory.
He's going to rely on spin. He's going to try to get 3 quick outs. Mikey has to face 4 batters. But if you're the Mets, you've got to interrupt the plan of what Dave Roberts is hoping to do. And that is, you've got to create chaos early. Because if that does happen, then it might change the order in which Dave Roberts goes for his game. Francisco Lindor and his Mets have been responding all year, trying to get this series back to the tied in a game apiece. Dodgers 33 consecutive scoreless innings. Ryan Bridger downstairs at ball 1. Lindor's been the man that's counted out all along. It seems like every time they needed a big hit, every time they needed a spark, he's provided it.
Jeff, you use the word, and Lane Johnson used it. I'll follow with it. Why, in your mind, what you're watching, does this offense seem constipated? Why does it? And he's not wrong. It looks like an offense that's not exciting. This looks like an offense that we've seen last year, the year before. It doesn't look like a new, innovative offense. It doesn't look like somebody different came in here and brought in his own concepts. This offense looks very much like the offense of issues that they have had in the last season.
They're not going to see this guy again. So picking out a pitch and trying to do some damage on it, these games are, they're not winning anymore because bullpens are so good, but it does take one bad performance to kind of upset the plan in a game like this. They do it. They can fix it off his bats. Times the letter and fouls back his fastball. talking about the top of the order, struggling yesterday. They list these guys. Sometimes so good, so strong together to do a lot of the different series. Big hits, big matches. Long game going for Lindor to start this game. Anyway, he took off earlier this year, so did the team. They needed a win on the final day of the regular season. There was Lindor with a game-winning home run. Straight in a small village through the first 5 innings of Game 4 against the Phillies. And there he was with the grand slam. He's the best shortstop in the game since Derek Jeter said just a few minutes ago during the pregame show he's got a chance to set a different tone and got the best player up there right away. After the 9-0 Wilson Game 1.
The run game, what did you take? I'm watching the run game yesterday. And look, it's tough to criticize the run game this year because it's been the best part of the offense, especially when they've been missing parts. But play action is not a part of this offense. When you have two great receivers and then that running back, you're thinking play action. But they're never under center. The running back never gets a chance to kind of get his motion going. And I think there's a problem all over football with running games and stuff. But what do you make of this Eagles run game now that everybody's back?
That's 52 runs since last year. So a good side for the door. Right after he just took a little 15-second timeout. The foul ball off his leg. He takes off him to Wakefield. And delivers all the information he gathered to the cutoff. First runner up by the Dodgers since Game 3 last Tuesday. With breaks the ball again for the Mets. One out to New York, just like that. Tosh takes outside the ball. We have New York G sign out for the first time in the series.
Let's get into the passing game because, obviously they had some big plays. A.J. Brown, big play. Smith, big play. The play that sealed it, you can argue is a big play, but you could ask why are they even throwing the ball down the field in that situation. If they throw an incomplete pass on a low percentage throw, the clock stops in that spot. But they did have some big plays in the pass game. But it seems that the pass game is still a developing part of the game, part of their offense.
Too soon, and stay with the back in the zone. A lot of big things happen for Bears. Second home run of the postseason for Lindor, following his grand slam win the division series. Players ripping him off, who has been dealing with some player fasciitis. And it was like the first half of the season, he's had the damage of it tweaked during the division series. He'll hobble up at this point. Over 3 yesterday, first game of the postseason where he didn't reach. In his 9th season, the longest tenured man. Leaves it off, he's at 2-1. He's been very disciplined against the fastball, not really swinging outside the zone on that pitch. Keeps it in the zone. He might chase a little bit on the breaking ball, but pretty disciplined on fastballs. Come on,
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, I want to get your take on the defense, too, because, obviously they played a good game. They got to the quarterback, but how much stock do you put into it, and how much stock is that? Look, this Cleveland team is historically bad. I mean, they haven't scored 20 points in any game this year. That has not happened for an offense since 2014, that you didn't score 20 points in your first 5 games. They're the worst team in football on third down, and yet they get a key third down late in the game that almost allowed them to get back in that or win that game. So what do you make of the defense and the effort they put forth yesterday? Is that more, hey, look, Deshaun Watson, that offense is just terrible, or no, Vic Fangio did a couple different things. He brought out some new plays and some tricks.
Sometimes you have to get off of that script. Anthony Bobby begins to listen. He wants to come to the plate. So these are the guys that are safe. They're going to be part of history still. 33 straight scoreless innings for the 1966 Orioles staff. They did a lot of that for Dodger Stadium. Sweep of LA for the World Series.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited.
I know that's a good question because I think they ended up with 5. And there was a time during the game I'm watching with my dad, and he's like, "Do they have a sack today?" I said, "They actually have 3." Like at that point, they had 3, but it didn't feel like it.
Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your life?
Amazon Fall favorites are here. Save on fashion, home, beauty, and more. Shop Amazon Fall favorites now.
They're local, superior like more. Why settle for less when you can get the new $7 Bucks Cravings Box from Taco Bell? Because an indulgent, beefy 5-layer burrito is luxurious. A crunchy Doritos Locos taco is opulent. A chicken chalupa supreme piled high with deliciousness, lavish. Chips, nacho cheese sauce, medium drink. The only thing that's not less about it.
Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast, Football at 4. You know, we talked a little bit about the game. I want to bring it back to the Sirianni because they closed the game out. And he obviously goes out of his way. And listen, I mean, there's fire Nick chants going on. People are frustrated with this team. Now, I said yesterday, if he's retaliating by saying, "I don't hear fire Nick now," that's almost a fireable offense. If I'm Jeffrey Lurie, I'm so embarrassed by that. And then, you know, the McAfee show comes out and basically does a Saturday Night Live satirical thing on the whole situation. They've got a guy, I don't know if you ever watched the McAfee show, but, you know, he does a fake Mel Kiper. They have him up there. Right, okay, so they have him up there impersonating Sirianni. He's got a rubber thing on his head to mock the fact that he shaved his head, and he's answering these questions. I mean, they're just making fun of the whole situation. If you're Jeffrey Lurie and you're seeing that on a day that you won a football game, if we heard the end of this, did he answer enough questions today that this is behind him?
Still believe he's going to sweep his breaking ball and use that change up every once in a while on the inside of the plate. Swings it over first and fouls off. He's a guy that doesn't throw electrically like 97 miles an hour, but he'll describe and show you how across the body he throws. Low angle that he releases at 7.1 feet from the mound. That's the pitch right there that he's going to use to change the speeds against left-handers, make his fastball a little further after a few pitch. And speeds him up. So when he slows it down, it helps the right too. So a lot faster it does. And again, it's going to take a while for some of these guys to get used to that. It's not the same film that I've seen today. So it's a totally different picture. And the way that he made an adjustment with that lower arm. His ninth season, always evolving. Had to evolve to survive as quick as it was the last couple of years.
We will see some more fallout, I'm sure. We'll see what happens next as the Eagles get ready for the Giants. And it was brought up today, the Eagles are 1-3 in their last 4 trips to Giants Stadium, MetLife Stadium, whatever you want to call it. But not good. And that's Giants team. You're right. You know what they're good? They're very good defensively. Their offense is a mess, but they are very good defensively. And by the way, they're a mess offensively. They should get Neighbors and Singletary back, you would assume, so they will get some more weapons. This is a game that, man, it is not one of those Giants teams that you're just going to walk into their building and push around with that defense that they play. But we'll continue to talk more about it here on Football at 4. Check out the Inside the Birds podcast. I'm sure this week you guys will have plenty to discuss as the Eagles beat the Cleveland Browns yesterday and now get ready for the New York Giants. All right, Moshe, appreciate it, bud. Yeah, Moshe is back Wednesday. Tomorrow, Adam's here. He'll give us some more stuff on that game. And, of course, it's brought to you by Jersey, Cal, Brigantine, and Northfield. They got 2 locations. They're open year-round. Ice cream is a year-round thing at Jersey, Cal, open noon to 10 every day in Northfield and Brigantine. They bring you the 4 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. When we come back, Nick Earnshaw is here with Nick's Nuggets. What did Nick Earnshaw think about the Eagles' win? Still waiting for my drums.
Oh, he didn't pay up yet.
That's coming.
What's he waiting for?
Good question. We're live at the Fanatic Sportsbook. Packed place. The Mets fans came out today.
Lindor with a shot. Mets up 1-0.
1-0 Metropolitans. Now Mania gets his shot. Coming up, it's Nick Earnshaw for another edition of Nick's Nuggets on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Our new KFC 3-piece original recipe tenders, fries, and comeback sauce are just $5. A deal so tasty, our competitors might consider switching sides.
So no one will recognize me if I say how much I love your 11 herbs and spices.
Nope, I added a filter to your voice.
Sounds like it's only on your voice.
No, it's on your voice. Wait.
Let the chicken tender battles begin. Try the new 3-piece original recipe tenders, fries, and comeback sauce for $5. Only at KFC. It's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary. Taxes, tips, and fees extra.
Hi, I'm Dan Tracy. I'm a workers' compensation attorney. At Goldenberg Mackler, we've handled thousands of workers' compensation claims over the years. Our experienced attorneys understand the law and will fight to get you the benefits that you deserve. When injured at work, make the right call to Goldenberg Mackler. Call us at 609-344-7131. That's 609-344-7131. Or visit us online at gmslaw.com.
During Cybersecurity Awareness Month, LifeLock wants to give you helpful tips to protect your identity. Using multi-factor authentication can be a line of defense to help protect your personal information. But LifeLock offers comprehensive protection against identity theft. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes issues that arise, guaranteed or your money back. Protect your identity today with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use my name, Clay, as the promo code. Terms apply.
For 75 years, Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has been the name you trust, where one call does it all. Jenkins expert technicians have been delivering top-notch service to local homeowners. Renovating your kitchen or bath? Call Jenkins. Need a new heating or air conditioning system, service or maintenance, or even ductless air conditioning? Jenkins has you covered. They also specialize in water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing and drain cleaning, water line, and sewer main repairs or replacements. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com today.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard. At Complete Care Health Network, their new men's and family health professionals facility in Williamstown offers preventative health screenings and primary care for the entire family with a focus on men's health. Schedule your appointment at CompleteCareNJ.org.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles defeat the Cleveland Browns Sunday 20-16, improving to 3-2. Jalen Hurts, 264 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, finding A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith for scores. Brown at 116 yards receiving. Jake Elliott hit 2 field goals. Philadelphia will face the Giants in Week 7 at MetLife Stadium, their first divisional game of the year. NHL, the Flyers heading to Edmonton Tuesday night, taking on the Oilers and continuing their 4-game road trip to start the season. Philadelphia losing Saturday to Calgary 6-3 after they began the year with a shootout win against Vancouver. The trip will wrap up Thursday in Seattle. NBA, the Sixers will face the Atlanta Hawks tonight in preseason play. Philadelphia losing to Boston Saturday 139-89. They're playing the preseason without Joel Embiid. He is going to manage his left knee. They open up the regular season October 23rd against Milwaukee. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
New Jersey might be small, but there's a lot of wow packed into this little state. We got your down at the beach wows, your top of the mountain wows, your show. Another after another. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Good afternoon with your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to keep pushing through the week with a lot of great weather. We had a great weekend, didn't we? Yesterday was gorgeous. Today, we've had a nice day, a little bit of wind here and there. We'll have a few clouds tonight, a low temperature of 40. Tomorrow looks partly sunny with a high of 61. And honestly, through the week, we have no chance of rain from now through the weekend. Enjoy. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly.
Offshore wind power puts the wind at New Jersey's back with clean, renewable energy that can power tens of thousands of homes and create thousands of jobs. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, streaming live video on the X platform at Mike Gill Show. Got a Mets t-shirt on. Did you know the Mets were playing today? There was a guy with a Mets shirt on here earlier. He did not know that. Maybe he did have a couple too many.
I didn't think about that.
We're live on the radio. We're getting ready for our next segment with Nick Earnshaw. It's called Nick's Nuggets. here on the Sports Bet. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Game here at Ocean Casino Resort. We got a lot of Met fans here, Earnshaw, but it is a little kick in the old groin that the guy with the Mets T-shirt on walked by earlier. We said, "Yo, who do you like in the game today?" And he said, "Oh, the Mets, they don't play today." He didn't know.
How do you not know the Mets aren't playing today? How can you walk around in the shirt and not at a sports bar and not know that they're playing? That's pretty crazy.
Not good, man. Not good. It just made me feel worse about the loss.
Yeah. These Met fans that don't even know the schedule of the NLCS, they don't know what's going on. It just makes you sick, doesn't it? It's sick to your stomach that these Met fans are walking around, can't even tell you what game is being played. But yeah, they're playing today. I think Lindor he had a leadoff home run. Is that what I heard?
Yep. 1-0.
So the Mets,
Lindor.
They get blanked by the Dodgers 9-0 in game one. We'll see if they come back to tie it up in game two. All right. We got to talk about football today, guys. Yesterday, nugget number one, we have to talk about Nick Sirianni. He has the press conference today. He apologizes after, going back at the fans at the end of the game. He was caught on camera. Brings the kids to the podium too. That was embarrassing to bring your kids to shield you from tough questions. Pretty crazy stuff. I'm sick of it. I think Sirianni has to go. I'm like you. I'm not a fire the coach type of guy right away. I want to see things through. But this is just getting out of hand now. It seems like he's crashing out, so to speak, at this point. He's literally, going back at fans. They win a 4-point game with the Cleveland Browns, one of the worst teams in football. Remember last week, Stephen A. Didn't even know the QBR went that low with how bad Deshaun Watson's been this year. So I think it's time to move on from Sirianni at this point, even after a win. Yesterday was an embarrassment to the Eagles organization himself. I cannot believe he still has a job after today.
I'll never say, listen, you have to fire this guy like it's time. There are times where you're like, hey, if that's the decision you want to make, I am in support of it. Look, the team won. The team has won a lot under Sirianni. I mean, his record is still – look, there's a lot of fan bases around this league that would say, I'll take that guy's record and I'll have him be the head coach of the football team at this place here. But what I would say is, are the actions fireable? Not they have to fire him. Are the actions fireable? I would say his actions yesterday, if I was the owner of that team, I would be embarrassed.
Yeah, I think that's why you have to fire him based upon what happened yesterday. I was like, yeah, let it play out, see what happens. But the way he acted yesterday and the way they went about it in the post-game press conference, really to bring your kids to the podium. I know he's brought them in the past, but you knew what was coming. You knew the first couple of questions were going to be about how the game ended. You knew that was going to happen. So optically, not a great look if you're Nick Sirianni at all. So I mean, that's an offense. Like you're one of 32 in the National Football League.
Here's the problem, Nick.
Acting like that.
Here's the problem. Right. He's 37-19 as the head coach of the Eagles.
I know.
He has a 66% winning percentage. He has the 15th best winning percentage in NFL history among 201 qualified head coach. He is the second highest active winning percentage among head coaches in the league. This is a league that's really hard to win in. So they have to take that under consideration when, you're looking at the big picture. You're saying this guy has won. He has won a lot. And yes, he made us, he embarrassed us today. Do we feel that the second highest winning percentage of active head coaches, the 15th highest winning percentage of all time, that yesterday was enough to erase all of that?
I think yesterday was enough. I was with you at the beginning of the year, even after the debacle, the way last season ended. But now it's sort of carried over. They have not looked great as a football team. That was one of the worst wins I've ever seen. Like it was an awful win. And winning in the National Football League, very hard to do. I'm like, you win. You're moving on. You get a W. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But something else mattered yesterday. Your leader of your football team acted like a child I mean, an absolute child on the sideline, and he has to go back in there and be a leader of men. I just don't see. I know he's won a lot. He's had a lot of very, very talented teams as well. The talent has really carried him. The talent carried him yesterday too. And the fact they've had to strip away his play calling duties, supposed to be his offensive mind, multiple times during his tenure here. I think he's had a lot of help that has made him look good. And you look at the way the season ended last year. Now heading into this year, it's just all over the place. I think if you moved on, you wouldn't bat an eye. I think this team would benefit if you moved on from Sirianni because he's creating a distraction as the head coach, as the face of essentially the franchise. You're the head coach. You're one of the faces of the franchise. You cannot be going out. There was a fireable offense, like you mentioned. That was enough for me yesterday to say, I'm out on Sirianni. I was with you. All the winning percentage. He's won. You got to give him another chance, especially with the way last season ended. Just give him another shot. And I think he's blown it so far. I know they're over 500, but that was a disgrace to do that to the fans yesterday. And the fact he made the call on that third down play, he admitted to it. Like, nothing this guy has touched has worked. So like everything else works when Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio do their thing. But when he touches it, it seems like it never works at all. So I don't know what he's bringing to the table right now.
Not a lot. I can tell you that much. Disappointing with the way that team played yesterday. The team played uninspired for most of the game, got by because they're just clearly more talented. We talked about it earlier. Look at the Eagles' offensive weapons. Now look at Detroit and what they did yesterday.
Yep.
Are you telling me that Detroit's offensive weapons are so much better than Philadelphia's offensive weapons? No. Now, Dallas's defense is far inferior to Cleveland's defense. I will say that. But why is your team, as Lane Johnson said, constipated looking?
Right.
It's just I said yesterday, I would rather be served another political ad than have to watch this football game. Send me a whole commercial break worth of political ads than sending me back to that football game. It was that bad yesterday. It was not fun. It was not entertaining. I mean, I'm looking around. Everybody in the room's on their phone. No one's paying attention to the game because it was a terrible game to watch. And this team should be fun. This team should be entertaining. They've got A.J. Brown. They've got Devontae Smith. They've got Saquon Barkley. You've got one of the best offensive lines in football. Now, there is obviously Goddard got hurt, and then Mailata got hurt, and they're going to be out for – I know Mailata is going to be out a couple of weeks.
Yes.
I don't have an update on Goddard yet. But they got pieces that you should be excited to watch. And instead you got that. And then you got the coach basically jawing with the fans after the game and like, natty, natty, boo, boo, we won the game. What do you got to say now? Total embarrassment.
Yeah. With the way last season ended and now coming into this season, the way things have gone, just the way he's conducted himself, that's what's fireable. The winning percentage, great. Maybe he'll find another gig in the NFL someday, but there's a certain level you have to conduct yourself as, and he just hasn't done it. He just hasn't done it as a head coach.
Well,
I was cool with the rah-rah before, but when you're losing, you have to take a step back and look at yourself in the mirror as a leader of a football team.
Listen,
and I think this is enough yesterday. It's enough.
And the question is fair. Okay, if he's acting like that, then what are the players thinking? We had Pete, you brought up the Jalen Carter the week before, that Jalen Carter's gnawing at the fans. Well, now you're opening up the floodgates to the players to say, well, the head coach went and yelled at the fans. Why can't I go over there and yell at the fans? And you can't have that. You can't have that. The thing cannot slip out of control like this on a team that's not good enough to let it slip out. This isn't like the Miami Hurricanes from like the early 90s and late 80s where everything's just out of control because they're kicking the crap out of everybody. This team's not good enough to act like that. You're not the bad boy Pistons, right? You're not the Showtime Lakers. You have no identity on offense or defense right now. So you don't have the ability to go out and showcase yourself as this, wild, outlandish personality team, because the personality of your team right now stinks.
Yeah, this should be an electric offense. The amount of star power, the great offensive line, you have Saquon Barkley. This team should be putting up 35 to 40 points a game and outscoring teams. And then maybe you could get a little excited on the sideline. But that's not what's happening at all. This still has resemblance of a Nick Sirianni offense. Like he's still locked into this offense, and you can see it the way they've performed. It's just not it. I think even though they're over 500, great. but he is not the guy. I'm sorry. They are not going to win anything with him at the helm. It's just not going to happen. The way he's conducted himself, that was a fireable offense yesterday. It was just everyone, I feel like, has just had enough. And once you kind of get that distraction out of the picture, maybe this team starts to have a fire lit underneath of them, and the offense starts to come out.
I mean, what do you then make of a guy like Brandon Graham coming out and basically saying, no, we want it, Nick. We back him for that. And I would have done the same thing. I'd be the first one that started. If the fans are going to yap at me, I'm going to be the first one that yaps back at him.
He's going to defend his head coach. He's a veteran leader. He's not going to throw the coach under the bus. So I expect it from a guy like that. And that's the fact that he's got more professionalism than Nick Sirianni. That's the problem.
But the fact that he is backing his head coach. But the fact that he is backing the head coach, by the way,
grand slam.
Is that Vientos?
That was a grand slam by
I think
Mark Vientos.
Yep.
Vientos.
Wow.
Vientos just hit a grand slam.
Second inning, too.
But the fact that he is backing his head coach is the point. What does that say? That you have a guy of that prominence saying, I got no problem with my head coach doing that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't expect him not to go out there. He's not going to throw the guy under the bus. He's not. He's a leader. He is more mature than Nick Sirianni.
But it's not that he didn't throw him under the bus. It's that he actually backed him.
Yeah, he's going to defend him.
One thing to say
not to.
Yeah, but it's you don't expect him not to. But it's one thing to say I'm not going to throw him under the bus, but it's another thing to say, hell yeah, Nick, I would have done the same thing if I were you. If you're going to snap at me, I'm going to snap right back at him too. Like, it's not him, like, he didn't tiptoe around it like, that's just Nick having fun. That's just Nick. That's one way. He openly was like, dude, if they talk to you like that, if they talk to me like that, I know what I would have done, and he did the same thing I would have done. That's essentially what Brandon Graham said.
Some guys might buy into it. Some guys might not. You don't know. So there's guys aren't talking about him, right? Like Brandon Graham, one of the leaders, great. He's going to defend his head coach. I don't think this is the guy you want leading your football team. And if you're Jeffrey Lurie and you're Howie Roseman, you're like, man, that's not a great look. And I think his players are going to have his back. They're not going to just turn on him.
Well, they had his back in 2022. I mean, this is how he acted in 2022.
Yeah,
but you were winning.
He would say I won yesterday. He would say I won yesterday. And his answer is a valid answer. It's hard to win in the NFL, but we as fans, we are so fixated on the style of victory, the opponent that you beat.
47-9. That's what I want. Detroit, Dallas.
And if the team is perceived, like Cleveland, to not be a good team, the margin of victory matters to fans. That team isn't good. A 4-point margin of victory is not impressive, and therefore an NFL coach and player would say it's hard to win in the league, whether you win by 1 point or 30 points. The fan says you couldn't beat Cleveland by more than 4 points. So the coach looks at it as we won a game in the NFL, and you're mocking me, and the fan is saying that win's not impressive enough for my liking. You see the disconnect here?
I hear you, but here's the thing. Last season, they won a lot of close games early on, and then what happened towards the end of the year? We've seen the thing crash and burn before. That's why I think fans are so upset and just have had enough of Sirianni, because you've seen it go all the way up. All right, we've won games. We won close. Yeah. It's hard to win the NFL. But then the whole thing crashed and burned towards the end of the season last year. So I think people are afraid of history repeating itself with the same guy at the same helm. Why wouldn't it happen again?
Oh, listen, I understand where the fans are coming from, and I understand that they're saying we've seen this before. We've seen the team not look good, and we don't like the direction it's going. He's saying, look, I've been in the NFL. I know how hard it is to win in this league. So to sit here and criticize our team for winning a football game in a league where it's really hard to win, that's where the disconnect comes in. Yep. I'm not saying the fans are wrong with their assessment, because they have seen the failure, and the coach isn't wrong by saying we want to get a game in a league that's really hard to win in, and you're not impressed by that. And the fan would say, no, I'm not impressed by that. But should they be? Should a fan say, look, you won an NFL game, it's behind you, on to the next one? We say it as fans all the time, yet we don't. It's almost like we say all the time, it's a week-to-week league. We acknowledge it's a week-to-week league, but yet don't even listen to ourselves when we criticize a team for how they look one week and then keep them in the same box of what they should look like the next week.
Yeah,
It's like right now, the Dodgers won 9-0 yesterday. So now the Mets, you lost 9-0 yesterday, blah, blah. And now the Mets are winning 6-0. That game's yesterday. It's over and done with. But as fans, we would say, well, you lost 9-0 yesterday, then you should lose again today. But that's not how professionals think. That's how fans think.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of blame to go around right now. I mean, they're 3-2, great, but they have won ugly so far. And the fact they won ugly a lot last year and then it crashed and burned, that is what people are so concerned about having it happen again.
If they continue to win ugly, like their next four at New York, at Cincinnati.
But they started 10-1
Jaguars,
last year.
At Dallas. That's 4 winnable games right there. You're looking at 7-2.
Right, but his point is you were 10-1 last year and you fell apart.
So it's PTSD.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
Partly.
We're in a sports society now where unless you show that you can win the whole thing, we don't believe in you.
Yeah, and I think that's unfortunate because people don't enjoy the ride as much anymore. I love
sports everywhere.
Yeah,
it's sports everywhere,
especially basketball.
We have become a sports fan base where we just can't enjoy the ride. It's either you win the World Series or you win the NBA championship or you win the Super Bowl or you suck.
Yeah.
There is no in between.
No.
The ride is not there anymore. The going on the ride, the ups and downs. Like, if you're a Detroit Tigers fan, you should be thrilled about this season. If you're a Kansas City Royals fan, you should be thrilled about this season. You won 56 games last year, and you made the playoffs. But that just doesn't – now, maybe in the Midwest it computes a little differently than it does here.
I believe it does.
Yeah, and 2022, I mean, with the Phillies, like, people were excited. You should be thrilled. They finally got back to the playoffs. They got to a World Series. So it was
but you remember 2022 where the Eagles were winning all those games, and what was the narrative? Well, they haven't beaten anybody. So it's like the quality of win to fans does matter. Not that it matters or it should matter, but people will say, okay, you're 11-1, but you haven't beat anybody.
That was the Phillies this year.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I think there's different circumstances though with this team, right? Like they're playing bad teams and playing down in their competition. Last year crashed and burned. People will have the PTSD, like Pete brought up, of this is probably going to happen again because it just feels like Groundhog Day all over again.
Yeah, but the Eagles' decision makers don't live in the fan base world.
No.
They live in the football world where they know how hard it is to win a football game. They know how hard it is to put a game plan together and see that game plan result in a win on a Sunday.
Yeah.
Now, they might not be happy with the actions of the coach, and I would imagine they are not happy. And I don't know, I think it's more the result of the actions of the coach. The next day, the Pat McAfee show doing a 10-minute satirical Saturday Night Live skit on you doesn't help things. So all of that leads to you've added more pressure to this team that has not been performing very well.
Yep, and that's exactly what Sirianni did. So it is what it is. All right, nugget number 2. I had a couple nuggets here, but we stuck with one big nugget today. I got to get in Embiid. The Embiid story is wild right now, Mike, but I'm not going to lie. I love the plan they're putting in place for Joel Embiid. I don't know if the NBA probably loves it, but I love what the Sixers are doing. They got to keep this guy healthy for the postseason. No more back-to-backs. He's going to wear the brace. No preseason. Mike, I'm liking the responsibility that the Sixers and Joel Embiid are taking heading into the season. They know where his age is at. They've seen what's happened to big men before with bad knees. They're taking every precaution to keep this guy as healthy as possible heading into the season. When you have a guy like Paul George paired with Tyrese Maxey, you have Andre Drummond as your backup center, you could have him miss some games during the year. I love that they're doing this for Embiid. They have to.
All right. The league can't like this at all. And my thing would be if the star players are coming out before the season starts and they're already telling you, I will not play in back-to-backs, then the NBA has to stop scheduling them.
Yep.
You have to. I mean, at what point do you say these teams are now not taking our season serious enough to play guys no matter what the situation is in a back-to-back game? And it's funny because the Sixer fans, they want Embiid to be healthy. They want Embiid to play in the playoffs. And then they'll be the first people that complain that he doesn't play and they're load managing them. So they can't win with this whole thing. But, Embiid said that if I had to guess, I would probably never to play back-to-backs the rest of my career.
I love it. You got to keep him healthy. He has bad knees. He's 7 feet tall. We've seen stuff like this happen in the past with big men. They fall out in their 30s and they crash out. So I am totally for this. Keep Embiid as healthy as possible. Get the most out of him while you have him.
Well, the NBA needs to listen to that.
Yep.
And then act accordingly.
Yep, I think it's going to be a needle mover. It's going to be a needle mover.
If he's saying that he will not play in back-to-backs ever again, then we cannot schedule these teams on back-to-backs.
Yep. Can't happen.
That's the way they need to handle it.
Can't happen.
All right, there's Nick's Nuggets today on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Good discussion, as always, and Nick's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Booking Games. All right, Nick, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you guys.
All right, coming up this hour, by the way, I want to thank Jersey Cal in Brigantine and Northfield, 2 locations. They're open every day. Ice cream's a year-round thing at Jersey Cal, open noon to 10 in Northfield and in Brigantine. Check them out. Year-round ice cream at Jersey Cal. All right, coming up, Grayson's grades are coming up next on the Sports Bash.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tomorrow night on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
Shoots, he scores! Matt H-Con puts the finishing touches on it.
It's Flyers Oilers tomorrow night. Coverage begins after playoff baseball on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Hey, it's Mike Gill. My friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City is excited to welcome Steve Bongiovanni to his sales team. Steve has been selling cars in the area for many years and would like to invite all his previous clients and new ones to stop in and see him. And now, through October 31st, he can get you into a new 2025 Acura Integra for just $379 a month with $49.95 down. Visit him at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, and EHT. Online, KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. See dealer for details.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. Save space and time with the new combo washer and dryer and do-it-all-in-one machine. And with Smart Dispense technology, the right amount of detergent is automatically added to every wash. Laundry day is a whole lot smarter with the GE Profile Ultra-Fast Combo with Smart Dispense only at the Home Depot. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Price about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
This season, get premium tech that inspires joy from Dell Technologies. Bring projects to life with the XPS 16. It delivers supercharged processing for enhanced productivity and freedom to express yourself. Performance-class Dell PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors deliver a dedicated engine to help accelerate AI. Enjoy free shipping, Dell rewards, and expert support. When you get a Dell PC with AI, it gives back. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales. Need a car, truck, or SUV? Great! Get to Bennett Chevy, where you're going to get Bennett's best offers ever. You know Bennett sells new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price, right? Well, right now, Bennett Chevrolet says, how'd you like to buy your new Chevy and pay $500 below the GM supplier employee price? Yes, $500 less than our employees. Plus, you keep all the rebates. That's up to 15% off the sticker. And with available 0% financing, you'll have incredibly low payments. And if you've got an old car to trade, right now you'll get a minimum $10,000 towards any pre-owned vehicle in stock. That's at least $10,000 for total junk. Imagine how much we'll pay for good trades. And wait till you experience Bennett's non-commissioned sales team. Paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. So they'll make getting all these unbelievable deals even better. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Tina, Jorge, let's bring the nails gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's hurricane season. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor serving South Jersey for over 115 years. Visit calvielectric.com today or call 609-345-0151.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Kids, work, running errands, sitting in traffic. Life is busy. Shore Physicians Group wants you to take time for your health. Shore Physicians Group offers the highest level of quality, compassionate care close to home with convenient locations in Margate, Marmora, Mays Landing, Northfield, Ocean City, and Summers Point. Life is busy. Take time for your health. Visit shorephysiciansgroup.com and make your appointment today.
Shore Physicians Group. Be well connected. Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
97.3 ESPN has teamed up with Seize the Deal for incredible weekly offers from some fantastic local restaurants. Here's this week's big deal.
Get a $50 gift card, good for use at the Ravioli House in Wildwood for just $25.
Get this great deal starting Friday at 9 a.m. at seizethedeal.com. Hurry, chances are this deal will sell quickly. For more info on this great deal, go to seizethedeal.com.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
They won. They were expected to beat the Browns, who haven't been playing well at all, led by Deshaun Watson. But there's something going on. We saw the head coach kind of egging on the fans. The head coach used the word harmony this week. There's something brewing there. I'm not sure what it is, but when they play the better teams, they haven't been able to perform well. I'll give them today. A win is a win. They don't ask how, they ask how many at the end of the season. So you give them this win. But at some point, the Eagle fans and I probably wonder, like, what's going on behind the scenes with my team?
That was Booger McFarland on Prime Time. You ever watch Prime Time?
I watched it at halftime of the Monday Night Football.
It's on ESPN Plus now. You know why it's on ESPN Plus? There's a whole story about this now. I was listening to
I thought Berman retired.
Chris Berman was on a podcast recently, and he talked about why Prime Time is on ESPN Plus, because NBC has the rights to all of the stuff on cable. So ESPN could not go up against NBC Sunday Night Football.
So he can't do it if he could go all the way anymore.
Well, no. So they're allowed to show the highlights on a streaming service.
Right, okay.
So they went to ESPN Plus to do primetime because NBC shut them out to be able to do primetime on the ESPN, the highlight package. Yes, because NBC has the rights to the highlight package now, not ESPN. There you go. All right.
A little clever workaround.
All right, let's go to Scott Grayson's grades. I got to imagine that the report card was a interesting one to put together. It was a win that felt like a loss and then had all sorts of distractions around it. And Grayson's grades are brought to you by GMS Law. Make the right call with 4 convenient locations to serve you online at gmslaw.com. All right, Scott Grayson. It was a win, but how would you grade the win?
It was not clean, that's for sure. I think there was, I think sometimes we do get a little spoiled and think that that this team should be, blowing teams out or things like that. And at the end of the day, and guys who played in the league will say, winning in this league is hard. Any win you take, you get that you take when you can get it. And I think yesterday I walked away from that game just feeling like it was flat. I think here's where the problem comes. And I was there, and I heard the boos coming. I heard even some of the Fire Nick chants coming outside of the press box around halftime that were out there. These fans are tired of seeing this team, and it dates back to last year, start games slow. They're tired of seeing them not score in the first quarter, or until sometime in the second quarter, or sometimes not even in the first half. And I think they're just getting tired of seeing what's been put together, how talented this offense is supposed to be, and they're just not producing. And I think when you see some of that, it gets really frustrating. And that's where I think that was directed yesterday. And I think that's where this team, and the fans are sitting here going, hey, this was the Browns. And you got.
We lost Scott there. Looks like we have a connection issue here. We'll get back to him in just a second. But his, commentary is similar to what we just talked about with Nick and the Nuggets, which is this is the Browns. The fans are not impressed with the style of victory based on the opponent. I will say this Browns team did go to the playoffs last year. They won 11 games last year.
With
they
Joe
went to
Flacco,
the playoffs.
by the way.
And they are a disappointing team this year. But are they a disappointing team or are they a bad team? And I think the fans look at their record 1-5 and say, this is a bad football team. And they're not wrong about this. I don't think this Cleveland team is miraculously going to turn it around. But one thing that we have to separate sometimes is because they're a bad team doesn't mean they have a bad defense. They do have a good defense. They're a good defensive team, and their offense stinks. And that played out yesterday. You had trouble moving the football, your offense against a good defense, and your defense had a hard time against – your defense looked good against their inept offense. So it was a tough game to get a read on in the end, right? It's a tough game.
Especially coming out of a bye. That's my whole thing is you come out off a bye, and that's what you look like. The same team going into the bye.
All right, let's bring Scott back into the conversation for Grayson's grades here. Yeah, we lost you there. You were talking about the quality of opponent and not matching up with the quality of victory, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line. I think that, like I said, before I lost you, I think the bottom line is these fans are tired of seeing this team come out kind of flat and slow. And I think then you couple that with the behavior of the head coach. during it. And it's, you come out of this going, I know you want to say you won the game. What more do you want? Well, this team just needs to play better. I mean, this defense was tied for last in the league in takeaways coming in. And then this offense has been turning it over every week. This was fine. They finally had a game where they had no turnovers as an offense, but you had a blocked kick return for a touchdown. I mean, that's a problem. And so there's issues here that I think coming out of it, people see and say, well, this was the Browns. What are you going to do against good teams?
And that's the way fans think, right? Now, Sirianni's message after the game is, look, it's really hard to win in this league, no matter who the opponent is. And sometimes as fans, we have a hard time with that. We look at a team 1-5 and just say, they stink. The game should not be close. It should not be an equal game. And then Nick's saying, look, it's hard to win in this league. So there is somewhere in between with the quality of victory that I think the team says, we don't care how ugly it looks. We got to win in the NFL. And the fans look at it and say, yeah, but you know what? We saw you go 10-1 last year. We're not seeing any growth. We're not seeing anything that looks different or look better than what we saw a year ago. I think that's where the big problem is starting here is people are starting to not believe that this team has championship capabilities.
I think you're hitting the nail on the head, Mike. I mean, they're looking at it and they're going, this is 5 games in now. And you look at, okay, the losses. Well, the one in Tampa, fine. You want to rip it up and throw it out because the Eagles were missing 3 offensive starters. You know what? I wouldn't complain with you. I would just say, well, the defense played awful in that game and they were fine. But the Atlanta game, that one they shouldn't have lost. That was a coaching mistake. A player dropped the ball as well. Bad calls in it. And you look at what this team is. You go, this is where I say there's similarities to last year. What is the identity of this team right now? And I don't think you can put a finger on it. And that, to me, 5 games in is a little bit of a problem. What I'll tell you is they're a team that starts the game slow. They can't jump on top of anybody and bury them. And they're a team that just seems to let everybody stay right in the game with them up until the very end. And sometimes you can lose that way. They won yesterday, but it won't always be that way.
You gave a D to Nick Sirianni. Is that more for his post-game antics, or is that more for in-game coaching?
I did that because first of all, I saw and heard him say he called called some plays on offense. He called a play on defense, and I'm scratching my head going, again, where's the guy who's supposed to be a CEO overseeing this team and just kind of staying in his lane? And calling a play on defense is new. I don't know why he's doing that. But yeah, the antics afterwards as well, that really bothered me. Listen, these people pay a lot of money to go to these games. The tickets prices these days is astronomical. And all they're asking for you to do is to put a good product on the field, do your job. And when this team just goes out there and is flat early in games, I just can't fault fans who may want to let them know that. And I just can't see where if he's worried about that at the end of the game, that means it's bothering him during the game. And a lot of these guys, you have to have their blinders on. You got to stay locked in. That tells me he's not locked in. So there's things there that I think Nick really needs to kind of put himself through and kind of get through and come out the other side and be, look, I think he can be a good head coach. I really do. But I think he's dabbling in too many other things when he's supposed to be just staying on course with what's best for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the second best winning percentage among all active head coaches and the 15th best winning coach of all time. I mean, so people act like this guy is inept or that he's a clown or that he's incapable, but he does have a track record of success as the head coach. Now, that being said, the results recently, as we keep talking about, whether it's, hey, I'm not all that impressed because Cleveland's not all that good, or the way the last season ended, I think is clouding a lot of the judgment of Nick. But I'll ask you, Scott, you just said it really bothered you yesterday. Do you think that is a fireable offense, the way that he acted yesterday to the fan base, by basically saying, hey, 99 now, we won the game. Now what do you have to say?
Is that what he said?
I don't know what he said,
I
but I said this yesterday, Scott, which is if that's what he was basically doing yesterday, if he was basically saying, I don't hear any fire Nick now stuff, to me, that is so immature that if I'm the owner, I have to say, do I have the right guy in place? Because I was wondering if he was in fact going over to the crowd and thanking them, because he did make reference after the game. Hey, they were a big part of forcing them to go off sides. So I was wondering if that was what he was doing after the game. Hey, thanks, guys. Like, get it up. No, if you watch later, he wasn't saying get it up. He was going like this to him, kind of, saying, thanks, I don't hear anything from you now.
Yeah, here's where I said, is that a fireable offense, to answer your question? To me, it's something I put in the file. And then when I want to pull it out later and I want to run down a list of grievances, it's something I would point out. No, I'm not firing him today because of that. Jeffrey Lurie wants this team in the playoffs. He wants to win a division title. He wants to make a run at a Super Bowl title. I think they still have the pieces here that could do all that. I'm not necessarily saying that right now I believe they will. So you look at it and if you say, if I fire my head coach right now, you're no better than the Jets. And you're sitting here looking without a head coach, and you're trying to piece this season together the rest of the way. They made a coaching change in the middle of the season last year at a coordinator position. That did not work out well at all. So I think you have to look at this, and it's just one of those things that you put in the file and you say, okay, if I don't see any improvement from this, now does that mean that if I'm Jeffrey Lurie, do I call him into the office and just tell him, that's a bad look, and I don't want that for my football team? No, I wouldn't hesitate to do that. And I got to tell you the other thing, Mike, I'm kind of getting tired of. I'm tired of the kids up at the podium for a post-game press conference. The honeymoon period's over, man. You're a head coach. You're coming in. It's a post-mortem. It was a win. Yes. It's a win, and a win's a win. And do you celebrate a win? Sure, you want to celebrate a win. But it's also your workplace. It's your office where you're going to hear questions from the media. And you've got your kids sitting up there on the podium with you. It's great, man. It's a family. You got your family with you. I think that's great. Have them at the stadium. Have them right there when you walk off. Have them standing off to the side. But I think to me, it was almost like he was bringing them up to help, prevent some of those questions or harder questions thrown his way. At the end of the day, these guys are human beings. I get it. I'm sure his family hears the criticism that people are launching about him. And I think that's partly what bothers him.
And I will add this, Scott, the whole thing with the deflection, then you have your kids there and you're cursing in front of them multiple times. I mean, what kind of message is that you got the kids can't be older than 10, 11 years old, and you're out there, multiple expletives coming out in that press conference.
Yeah, there was so many things there that just raised flags for me. I guess that's the way I'll put it. So to put it, to kind of go back to what you asked, is it a fireable offense? No, but I think it's conversation worthy behind closed doors there at the facility. And I don't, we'll never know if that happened, perhaps. But it's stuff where it's funny because he's such a fiery individual. It is who he is. When he said about what's the identity of this team, what's the identity of that man? That man is a fiery guy. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. Everybody could admit that. But you have to find this gray area where you can operate as that fiery individual to motivate your team, but not turn on your own fan base. And that's where I think he's got to find the happy medium of a place to live, is where he can be a fiery guy on the sidelines that his players may like and respect. He was jawing with one of the Browns yesterday, Newsome, early in the game on the sidelines a little bit. Maybe that's part of where you can live a little bit. I mean, I don't know the players necessarily want their head coach yelling at other players, but he's got to find an area where he can be emotional, where he can live as a fiery guy. But you can't turn your own fan base. You can't swear in front of your kids. And frankly, like I said, have them in the room if you really want to. That's fine. I just don't think, unless you're at winning an NFC championship game and you're celebrating that post-game press conference, fine. But a regular season game, they don't belong up on the podium with them. That's for him as head coach.
Yeah, and I think, your point about winning the NFC championship game, you're not really getting tough questions up there. That's more of a celebration. And I think that's just where the disconnect comes in a lot of times. The fans, again, look at a win over Cleveland, 20-16, not very impressive. The NFL coach is saying, man, it's hard to win in this league, and we did it. and you're not impressed by that. And I think that's where that disconnect kind of hit in that moment yesterday. But again, it goes to a lot of things. Jalen Carter on the sideline in New Orleans. Why does he feel he can go and start mouthing off to the fans? Well, my head coach does it, and it's okay there. So it'll be interesting to see how this thing moves forward. Do you think, Scott Grace, you were there yesterday, do you think that the players, there was a lot of talk about, and Nick said it, and Brandon Graham said it, and a lot of the players saying, we need Nick to get back to that guy in 2022. Did they want him to have that personality? Is that the guy that they want to kind of back?
I think they do enjoy a fun Nick, okay? And that's what I'm saying. He's got to find that gray area where Nick can have fun and be himself. Because I think we could all agree he hasn't quite been that guy through the beginning part of this season. Now, I think some of them wanted him to kind of calm it down a little bit. And now he's kind of gone too far to the one way that I think they're saying, listen, we need some energy around here, and we need you to help us get there. We need you to bring it. That's fine. I think at the end of the day, any players who may have felt that way don't want to see that, though. Like, they know you can't turn on your own fans. And hey, look what I did. No, you want to get look, you got the Giants this week. You want to stand up your podium and you want to be fiery and talk about how, we don't like the Giants this week. You know what? That's fine. I think fans would love that. I think players would maybe to a certain extent enjoy that. Oh, we're bringing Saquon back to New York. Like, okay, rally around that. Have fun with that. Don't get negative on your own fans. And I think he's got to find some of that energy again and some of that fun. But he's got, you can't be going into the tunnel in Indianapolis yelling at the Colts fans. In fact, just leave the fans out of it, man. Bring your energy and your fire and direct it towards the opponent. I think if you do that, these players will follow that.
Grayson's grades are posted after every Eagles game at 97.3 ESPN.com. What was the mood in that locker room yesterday? Was this a team that feels like they are excited about where this team is? I mean, they got everybody back, starting to get healthy. Of course, they lost Mailata. That's going to be a problem with Fred Johnson. I'm interested to see what happens if Fred Johnson is the guy. He was asked about that today. Will Mailata go play? Not Mailata. Becton go play left tackle and Steen go to guard, how that's all going to play out. But what is the mood in that locker room after a win like that yesterday?
Yeah, it was a frustrated locker room from the standpoint of they were getting the questions about slow starts. The guys on offense were getting that. And there was a frustrated group of guys there that said they've got to figure it out. They're pressing a little bit. And, they heard the boos. And so that it wasn't it wasn't an excited locker room. Let's put it that way. I think guys on defense were pretty pleased. And I thought they had every right to be. They only gave up 9 points, when you take the blocked field goal out of there. That wasn't on the defense. So I think defensive guys, if you look at where they were before the bye, missed tackles, an egregious performance against Tampa, and then they come in, 5 sacks. They gave up only 9 points to the Browns offense. I think you look at that and you say, if you're a defense, you're going, that's good. Like, we're good with that. So I got the sense that I felt from the defensive guys, they were celebrating Brandon Graham's 200th game played. They were happy to have put on the performance they did defensively in that way. Offensive guys were definitely not jumping around rah rah rah. Not hey, it's hard to win in this league and we just won a game. No, they know they've got to play better. They know that they've got to do better as a unit. I didn't get the sense Saquon was satisfied yesterday talking to him. Lane Johnson, certainly worried about Jordan Mailata, but also concerned about the slow starts. Like, this offense knows they should be going out there and setting the tone, and they're not doing it right now.
I wanted to get your take on that because you gave Saquon a C. Why this offense, in the words of Lane Johnson, looked constipated yesterday? They had a couple big plays. I mean, I would love, Scott, to see them run more underneath crossing routes. I mean, get the ball into your playmakers' hands. Nobody can tackle in this league. Let these corners and safeties try to tackle A.J. Brown. I guarantee 9 times out of 10, you're not getting them down on the first opportunity. A 6-yard play turns into a 10, 15, 20. You saw the touchdown that Smith had. It's because no communication in the secondary. He catches that across the middle and then shoots up the field. more crossing routes, more getting the balls to your playmakers. It seems this offense so predicated on Jalen Hurts having to make a perfect throw down the field and letting his receivers go up and make a play. How about letting the receivers make a play underneath?
Well, like I said before, what's the identity? I have not seen a game where they come out and say, "This is what we're going to establish today," and then we're going to feed off of that. And I think that's part of the reason they have the slow starts. You have Saquon who's averaging, however many yards he is per attempt this season. I guarantee you, it's above the league average. It's one of the highest probably. And I say, why are you not giving that guy the ball when you have a slow start problem? That means you're having problems getting a first down, let alone score it. Like, you can't get first downs first and then try to worry about. Why are you not giving a guy like Saquon the ball 2 out of the first 3 plays? And they're not. And then why I agree with you about the receivers. I like, they saw what crossing routes can do. Devontae Smith can roast a guy over the middle and come out the other side. And you got to have time to make that play and let it develop, sure. But he can definitely excel in that role. And A.J. Brown will fight you for the ball. I agree with you. He will catch a ball 6 yards away and take it 20 yards. Yes, let those things happen. But I have been waiting for them to establish the run in the first quarter, make a team commit to stopping it, which is probably leading to man-to-man coverage on the outside somewhere, and just let those guys eat. And there isn't that logical progression within a game that we're seeing. Is that Kellen Moore? Is that Nick Sirianni? Is it Jalen Hurts changing the play at the line? One thing I did see yesterday, Mike, more than I have seen in a while, was designed run plays by Jalen Hurts. We said last time I talked to you, I believe, if you look at Jalen Hurts now versus Jalen Hurts in 2022, he ran a lot more in 22. Yesterday, there was a little bit of a commitment to getting Jalen to run. I don't know if that's something we'll continue to see or if it was a one-time thing.
Yeah, there was a couple of called plays where he followed Saquon up the left side. He ran one to the right side later on in the game.
He ran an
there was
option.
a couple. Yep, there was an option play that kind of sealed the deal late in the game there. That play that they converted to seal the game. Not a play that you would love to see called. Why are you throwing a ball down the field when the other team has no timeouts left and the clock is running?
AJ said that play was not the original play call. And then I'm going, okay, well, so they didn't learn from Seattle, because it looked to me that was the Seattle play, right, that turned into an interception last year that they went rogue on.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Like, yeah, great. It's a flashy play. It's a great catch. It's not the right play call in that moment.
No. Real quick, you've been around this team for years. Does this offense look different? Does it look like a different offense from last year's offense that really struggled? Does this look like, hey, Kellen Moore has come in with some innovative play design, play call? It doesn't seem like a very different looking offense to me. How about you?
I would say it's different because you have a different guy running the ball who's making some plays. I don't feel like we're looking at a very different playbook. I agree with you. It was all supposed to be all this flashy motion, stuff like that. I'm not seeing a lot of that, of what we were kind of sold as to what we were going to see with this offense. So I agree with you, Mike. I don't see a totally different offense. No, I see it looking a little different because Saquon is able to, to chug along and move that pile for 5-6 yards sometimes instead of 2. Like DeAndre Swift may have last year. So, yeah, I have yet to see the explosive playbook. Now, that being said, this was only the second game where we saw Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown on the field at the same time. So I think there's some stuff we have to kind of maybe some caveats to throw out there as we go on.
Well, I will say this game against the Giants coming up, they have a very good defense, so this is going to be another tough week for the offense here. But we got plenty more grades over at 97.3ESPN.com. Grayson's grades are posted after every Eagles game. We really touched on only about 1 or 2 of them. Check out all the grades at 97.3ESPN.com. All right, Scott Grayson, thanks, buddy.
All right, you got it, Mike. Take care.
All right, you can check him out on Fox 29, of course, and, of course, right here with Grayson's Grades on the Sports Pass Live on 90. 4 convenient locations to serve you. We're at the Fanatic Sportsbook at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. Hey, you guys thinking about dinner tonight? Check out the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. delicious Indian cuisine. And this week, an Eagles win, which means you can check out their Eagles football special. Free tandoori spicy chicken wings this week for dine-in customers. You want free wings? Head over there and get the spicy tandoori chicken wings. Nick Earnshaw, I'll take the drums, please. I've had the spicy tandoori chicken wing from Nizam. They are out of this world. So if you're driving around right now, you say, hey, a second, the Eagles won? Free wings.
Eagles did win, right?
They did win. You wouldn't know it today.
No, not for the last 4 hours.
All right, when we come back, got the big three. We'll get more reaction, text board, social media. All you guys out there have been piling it on the Eagles today, but they did win. They're 3-2. Everybody else in the division lost. Should be a fun day. By the way, Mets are up 6-0. Flyers went 1-1 this weekend. More sports match coming up on 97.3 ESPN.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN. Super Bowl champion Chris Canty and Michelle Small. Can't wake up without it. Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to the Fanatic Sportsbook. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the jack-o'-lanterns, here with a front porch view of Target's Halloween deals, like 20% off costumes with Target Circle. We're talking rock stars, witches, princesses.
Ooh, I think I'd look good with a cape.
I think so too, Gordy. Plus, hit the trick-or-treat jackpot with 20% off candy.
Now that's how you get porch traffic.
This week only, save 20% on costumes with Target Circle and 20% off candy. Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Restrictions apply.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup, or get started with reliable internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Wrap up your workday with the all-new Chickies and Pete's Happy Hour with unbeatable specials weekdays from 4 to 6 p.m. Enjoy half-price orders of Chickies meaty and tender wings, one of our tasty and delicious pizzas, or an order of mouth-watering hot, cold, or fried shrimp. Plus $3 domestic bottled beers, $5 Tito's, and $6 seltzers. It's the all-new Happy Hour, weekdays 4 to 6 p.m., only at Chickies and Pete's. Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Now, for a limited time, it's buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday. Buy one, get one free, and enjoy the sweet, delicate flavor of snowy white crab meat. Pair it with one of our handcrafted cocktails like the Stoli Vanilla Creamsicle or the Bourbon Peach Sweet Tea. Top it off with Chicky and Pete's world famous crab fries. Buy one, get one free snow crab legs every Tuesday and Wednesday for a limited time. Restrictions apply only at Chickies and Pete's.
Flo here from Progressive to tell you how you get more than great savings with us. You get customer service access through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
That's a lot of ways I can get in touch with you. I see what's going on here. You can't name favors, but I'm your number one customer.
Actually, we offer all our customers these ways to contact us.
I'm sure you give just any customer your personal
company
contact info.
Well, you did call us more than any other customer this year. So in that sense, you are our number one customer.
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Shop the Home Depot for fall savings. Get up to $1,600 off select appliances like Samsung. How doers get more done. Valid 9/26 to 10/16. U.S. only.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The Eagles with a 20-16 victory Sunday at the Link, beating the Cleveland Browns as Philadelphia goes to 3-2. 2 touchdown passes for Jalen Hurts as he finds A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith for scores. He finished with 264 yards passing. Brown had 116 yards receiving, and Jake Elliott hit 2 field goals. The Eagles will play the Giants in Week 7 at MetLife Stadium, first game in the NFC East this season. NBA, the Sixers will take on the Atlanta Hawks tonight in preseason play. Philadelphia losing to Boston Saturday, 139-89. And they're playing the preseason without Joel Embiid, who is going to manage his left knee to be as close to healthy as possible for the regular season. They open up that regular 23rd against Milwaukee. The Flyers are in Edmonton Tuesday night to play the Oilers, continuing their 4-game road trip to start the season. The trip wraps up on Thursday in Seattle. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Earn entries for your chance to be one of the lucky winners of a complete his or hers YSL collection, now through October 26th. Show your timeless sophistication during the YSL Collection drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good afternoon with your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to keep pushing through the week with a lot of great weather. We had a great weekend, didn't we? Yesterday was gorgeous. Today, we've had a nice day. A little bit of wind here and there. We'll have a few clouds tonight, a low temperature of 40. Tomorrow looks partly sunny with a high of 61. And honestly, through the week, we have no chance of rain from now through the weekend. Enjoy. That's your South Jersey weather forecast. I'm Joe Kelly.
New Jersey is the Garden State. But did you know that one of the most important things we can farm is wind? Offshore wind provides clean, renewable energy. It creates jobs and drives economic growth. In fact, it's estimated that a single wind farm can create over 4,000 jobs and add more than $700 million to the state's economy. Offshore wind, propelling New Jersey's future. To learn more, visit nj.gov/offshore wind.
We have the perfect solution for sitting in traffic.
You come with me.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
If there was something, I think the defense really started well, and I know that's not the question you asked, but it kept us, being able to stay, 0-0, and then, the third drive get going. But we just got to figure out, we got to put the guys in positions to succeed. We got to be ready and the guys have to go out and execute. It's always going to be that. And we just have to keep trying new formulas.
Rick Sirianni today, he was asked about why his offense keeps getting off a slow start. He keeps going back to the defense. Well, the defense didn't get off to a slow start. Yeah, I get it. That wasn't the question. 5 o'clock hour is brought to you by Key Acura of Atlantic City. For a great car buying experience, go see Rocco and the team at Key Acura of Atlantic City, Tilton Road, EHC, your small but friendly dealer. Who gets the credit is sponsored by Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union. Make the switch and bank with your only community credit union. Jersey Shore Federal Credit Union offers some of the lowest loan rates around, including refinancing. Learn more at JerseyShoreFCU.org. Who gets the credit for the Eagles' win yesterday? How about the fans?
Oh, I like that call.
The fans yesterday get the credit from me because Sirianni had to go tell them off after the game because they got on him so much. There were moments, though, where you were there. I mean, was the crowd loud on that third down that caused the Browns to go offside?
No question, especially towards the end zones when they were in the red zone. Yeah.
I don't know who to pick. Like A.J. Brown. I guess you could go A.J. Brown. Had a pretty big game.
I mean, it's obvious Jalen. I mean, that's his guy. That's his comfort zone. That's his security blanket.
Greg Calcaterra had a big game.
Calcaterra made that great grab. There was four grabs for me. The 2 A.J. catches, the Devontae catch, and then the 1 Grant Calcaterra catch. That was about it.
At the end of the second quarter, they were going to A.J. Brown play after play after play. I'm thinking they could just ride this guy out the whole day. Short, quick, let Brown make plays. I don't understand. Until they stop you, keep going to it. It doesn't make sense to me. It is so frustrating. When you have an offense that's been clunky and not rocking and rolling, why not? You found something with the best player in the field. Hey, 1, 2, 3, bang. There you go, Brown. Make a catch and make a play. And nobody's tackling that dude on the first try. So frustrating. So frustrating.
I'll give credit to somebody on the defense, guys. Jalen Carter's back for a game. Carter.
Well, they were on their 15th center yesterday.
Bryce Huff, too.
But that's what you're supposed to do. If they're on their 15th center, you're supposed to go after the quarterback. You're supposed to wreak havoc. I mean, Bryce Huff only has half a sack yesterday because Jalen Carter basically told the 2 interior linemen to go bleep themselves.
You believe Huff had an impact?
He only had an impact because of Jalen Carter.
Bryce Huff had it, and Nolan Smith.
I thought
made a few plays.
Cooper DeJean actually had an impact yesterday. I'll tell you why. I will say that Vic Fangio dialed up some blitzes yesterday. He did a little bit more stuff that you don't normally see from him.
Yes.
And a lot of it is because I think he has, and we wondered about, what are they going to do with Cooper DeJean? Is he going to be a safety? Is he going to be a corner? Is he going to be a slot guy? And in college, he was kind of like this guy's got a great look, by the way. I mean, this guy here got a great look.
And I thought I had ADHD. Jeez.
Well, I mean, if you're sitting where we are, you got Met fans everywhere.
There's some characters.
There's some characters in this.
There's
Met.
a guy.
These are Met fans here, man.
I saw a guy wearing a Detroit Lions cap. He was just, oh man.
Well, you have a guy here. Okay, so we had a guy wearing a Met shirt who didn't know the Mets were playing today. Then there's a guy wearing a Yankees hat, and Pete said, "Well, your game's coming up later." He says, "No, I'm actually a Met fan." Well, he's got a Yankees hat on.
He's got a Yankees cap on.
It's unbelievable. All right. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, Cooper DeJean. No, we were wondering, so when he was at Iowa, they used him in this elephant role. And basically they just made up a position for him. Maybe Vic Fangio is making up a position and saying, look, we're going to have you blitz from the outside. And I thought they used him in a pretty good manner yesterday. They had him all over the field. He was making an impact. You're right. Nolan Smith actually made a couple of plays. I can't believe it. I mean, he made a couple of plays.
Mitchell almost had that pick, but CJ.
I believe he had some words with CJ.
Ruined it. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, on the replay, it looked like CJ could have picked that thing off pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was worried they were going to injure each other when they ran into each other.
Yeah. So who gets the credit? You can really pick out a bunch of guys. I'm going to go A.J. Brown.
And I'm going to go Jalen Carter. I think Jalen Carter said, you got your backup center in there. I'm going to make you regret that.
Here's the problem I have with that. That Browns offense is historically awful.
But see, if they would have let them score a touchdown, we would have criticized them for letting them score a touchdown.
They didn't let them do so.
They did their job.
They did their job. They did what I expect. I can't pat you on the back for doing your job. You got to excel at your job. A.J. Brown excelled. By the way, he bailed out the coaching staff and everybody by making that catch at the end.
That A.J. Brown did make the important catch. That is true.
All right. What do you got?
I wanted to run back a couple of audio bites here. So a couple things from Sirianni, a couple other items here, Mike. So for those who didn't hear when we aired the Sirianni press conference earlier today, so about 2 hours ago, Nick Sirianni was asked about his, and I mean, the reporters do deserve some credit, Mike, for actually trying to ask the question in a way that was going to get an answer out of Sirianni about his antics, his attitude yesterday. And here was his first answer to the first question.
I was trying to bring energy yesterday, enthusiasm yesterday. And I'm sorry and disappointed on how my energy was directed at the end of the game. And, my energy should be all in on coaching, motivating, right, and celebrating with our guys.
Yeah, he was told, get out there and basically to fix this. And I don't know that he did it.
I mean, what did he say? Did it even come off as genuine to you, Mike? Or was he just kind of like spouting the company line?
No, that's a good point. Does what he say come off as genuine, or is that just him basically having to say, look, I don't care that I look like an idiot, but I was told I look like an idiot.
I mean, last night it would have been better last night in his post-game pressure.
But okay, that's a good point. How should he have come out last night and handled it? Because he said, "Oh, that's just me, kind of, having some fun or whatever," and we're saying that's not an acceptable answer. Well, the whole thing's not acceptable.
Everything yesterday was unacceptable. From the weird attitude he had in the game to the end of the game, yelling at the crowd, to bringing his children out as a human shield from the media, to cursing in front of his kids, like, "Oh, my bad." Like, the whole thing was such a horrible look.
Yeah, like all the way from, okay, the crowd is yelling, "Fire Nick." So he obviously has rabbit ears to that because he reacts to it after the game. So if you're somebody out there that says, whatever, why doesn't he have the opportunity to clap back? Okay, fine. Well, now you're going to get asked about it. So then he goes to the podium and he has his kids with him. Not one, not two, but all three of his kids. Okay, if you want to say, who cares? His kids are there. Let them enjoy the moment. Okay, fine. I'll play along with that. So now you've yelled at the fans and reacted to them. You've now brought your kids out to the podium, and then you curse in front of them. So even if I said the yelling at the fan, I got no problem with. The bringing your kids out there, I can fully support that. You've now cursed in front of your kids. Not once, but multiple times. So the whole thing is a bad look as the leader of the football team. And it just speaks to all of the stuff. Look, I don't get behind a lot of the stuff that these people talk. My buddy texted me yesterday, your show tomorrow needs to be about how Nick Sirianni needs to be fired. Well, knowing quite well that I don't think that Nick Sirianni needs to be fired. I don't think that Nick Sirianni is the reason why this team isn't where they are, where they should be. This team's had a ton of injury problems. They have two new coordinators they're getting used to. Should they be better than they are right now? Pete, you said it during one of the breaks. In reality, they're a Saquon Barkley drop from being 4-1.
Yep.
And here we are 3-2, and we're talking about this. And this is why those people that say Sirianni's not qualified or he's a clown or he needs to go, they feel like they're justified.
And, I mean, the guy can't even go.
I'm on the radio. It's all right, man.
Sirianni can't even go to a Phillies playoff game without hearing it from the fans. I mean, the guy can't even go to a game.
That's what you signed up for.
I understand that, but I think the pressure is starting to get to him.
I do. But doesn't he also dig himself a grave? Like we've played audio in the past, Mike, of guys, like Jeff Saturday and Mike Greenberg saying that, look, this guy puts his own foot in his mouth.
Listen, I look at it like this. Here's a guy who almost got too much too soon. What's the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio? The Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
This guy got too much too soon, and now
Jordan
the pressure's
Belfort
getting to him, and he can't handle it. And when you can't handle it, you become erratic. Your behavior becomes erratic when you can't handle some of the things that start to come your way. And I like, here's a guy who was making all this money and look, Nick Sirianni got a job that he was probably not qualified to get. Okay. I say not qualified. He didn't pay his dues. He didn't, and that's just the way of the world today, right? People are getting jobs without having the qualifications. Their resumes are not saying, hey, you're getting jobs because of circumstance right now. He got this job that nobody knew who he was. Nobody thought he deserved to get this job. And he says, screw all you people. And he took a team that really didn't have enough talent to go to the playoffs, and he brought them to the playoffs. And then the next year he follows up by taking the team to the Super Bowl. And yet he's still getting questioned and criticized. The guy has some reason to be like, you know what, everybody, go pound sand.
Well, I mean, they were 10-1 last year, and then the wheels fell off.
Right. You have a circumstance that has never happened before, and that is the only thing that people want to gravitate to, that you were 10-1 and the season fell apart.
But it doesn't help when you turn around at one of the press conferences, and we played it numerous times, Mike, where he said,
I'm a little altered right now by somebody just walked by with a strong,
Well, while you recalibrate your mind there for a moment, I just want to remind folks, remember last year at that one press conference where he said, he goes, well, if I had the answers, wouldn't I have done it already? Like, we played that audio for 3 weeks because, Sal Palantonio said to you, Mike, he said, if you're the head coach of a football team, you can't say that.
This guy doesn't do himself any favors. There's no question about it. But I think a lot of it is the immaturity of being a guy who had a lot of success immediately.
So you just chalk it up to the fact that you feel like this guy had too much too soon, and he doesn't really have a anything to fall back on.
Too much too soon in a market that he has now raised the bar. Him getting this team to the Super Bowl, he didn't do himself any favors, right? By getting them to the Super Bowl, the expectation is you now not only need to get us back there, but you have to win it. And then being 10-1 and then basically having an epic fail, he has put the pressure on that the expectations that he created, he's in a no-win situation.
That goes for the quarterback, too.
No-win situation. He created an environment where the expectation is Super Bowl because he got them there. And because he got them there, the expectation is that he has to get them back there. And it's not happening right now. And now the problem is people don't believe that you can get them back there. And he's saying, I got us there once. Why wouldn't you give me the benefit of the doubt? It's a really weird relationship.
Before we run out of real estate, I did want to play the other part of his answer to what happened yesterday. I want you, Mike, to let us know, is this answer acceptable, or did he not go far enough in his saying my bad? To the answer about, he was asked again about in another way about what happened yesterday with the fans.
I got to have better wisdom and discernment of when to use that energy, and that wasn't the time. And so we have the best fans in the world. There's no place like this, and they show up and show out no matter where we are. I can, Brazil, Arizona, it doesn't matter. New Orleans. And, in that game, too, that it was loud. And I thought it was really loud, energetic.
I think Nick, and we talked about this earlier, I think Nick likes being the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. He likes that the fan base is passionate. He likes that the fan base is into it. He likes all of that part of it, except for the part where they come after him. Right?
That's the most important part. I mean,
he just needs tougher skin then, or just, you can't handle the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
Like if you asked him, do you want to be the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles or
the Jacksonville Jags?
Yeah, he would say Eagles. I don't want to go in Jacksonville where nobody cares. I want to be in a fan base that if I go to Wawa, they're there to give me a high five and tell me, how's your coffee? I do think the pressure that he created by getting this team to a Super Bowl, he feels that part of his resume isn't being, respected by the fans.
Well, that guy in Jacksonville might not be around much longer either.
If they didn't play 2 weeks in a row in London, he might not be the coach next week. How do you fire a coach while your team's in London and have to get someone else to coach the team?
Well, it happened to Robert Saleh.
But he came home from London.
Yeah.
I'm saying, isn't Jacksonville playing in London again this week?
Yes, this
right. Week. So I'm saying, how do you fire the coach when your team's in London for another week? What, I got to call someone to fly over and coach the team?
Just go down to the local pub.
Oh, that'd be a great place to get canned. Yeah. You can hang out there, Bermondsey Beer Mile. All right, we're getting ready to wrap up the show. Boy, it's been a fun show. Did you get a little altered? Somebody walked by here.
Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah. Cool. There's my buddy in the Detroit Lions cap.
Got a lot of caps in here today. Well, the Lions guys here. There's a Cowboy guy over there. They should have a beer together.
They could. 47-9.
It was a wild day in the NFL yesterday too. I haven't really had a chance to really dive into it. If you're the Raiders, your two choices are Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. You're telling me if you're the coach of that team, you don't go to the GM and say, these are the only two guys you can find for me on planet Earth to play quarterback? You couldn't find me anything better than these two guys?
Boy, and Antonio Pierce must be saying that.
All right, we're going to wrap up the show. Bet365 play of the day. It's coming up next.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
Academy Award nominee Chaz Palminteri brings his original one-man show, A Bronx Tale, to Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort Friday, April 11th. Experience this critically acclaimed one-man show that will take you back to the Bronx in the 1960s. A Bronx Tale, written and performed by Chaz Palminteri. Friday, April 11th at Ovation Hall and Ocean Casino Resort. Tickets go on sale Friday, October 18th at 10 a.m. Visit oceanac.com. That's oceanac.com.
Point.
Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down.
Ace,
you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
So this new dose is... nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius or two half geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
With fall savings at the Home Depot, you can get up to $1,600 off select appliances from top brands like GE Profile. Save space and time with the new combo washer and dryer and do-it-all-in-one machine. And with Smart Dispense technology, the right amount of detergent is automatically added to every wash. Laundry day is a whole lot smarter with the GE Profile Ultra Fast Combo with Smart Dispense only at the Home Depot. Right now, save up to $1,600 and financing on select appliances with fall savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing about September 26th through October 16th. U.S. only. See store online for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, Bet365 play of the day. How do we do over the weekend?
Well, Mike, I hate to let you know this, but you went 1-3 on the picks. So right now, your record overall is 25-17. The one pick you got right was
35.
25-17.
Well, last week you told me I was 34 and
Now you were 24 and 14 going into the weekend.
Still winning money though.
Roll the tape on that one.
Green.
Yeah, no doubt, but I think it was way better than that. Anyway, let's give you some plays for tonight. Bet 365 play of the day. I'm going to parlay these numbers together. Brees Hall, 70 rushing receiving yards. Lazard, 25 or more receiving yards. We're going to go Josh Allen, 25 or more rush yards. And Aaron Rodgers, 200 passing yards. Put those four together.
That is the coaching debut for Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah. All right, that's it for me. We'll back tomorrow. I see a lot of text messages that have come in throughout the show. We're going to get to those tomorrow right here on the Sports Desk. By the way, tomorrow, PG, Steve Dombrowski and Rob Thompson.
Oh, that's right. Topper is coming back.
We're talking tomorrow. Right. We'll have the reaction right here tomorrow on the Sports Desk. Thanks to Fanatic Sportsbook, as always. The Ocean Casino Resort here in Atlantic City. Just, in my opinion, no better spot. Look at this place for this game today. Look at this place. Mobbed in this joint. All right. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow on Bash.
This is South Jersey's official home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles can